and derealization of a political...
Nope.
I was singing an AI-generated song about an assassination while I was cooking dinner for my girlfriend. It's when I realized we are cooked. A couple minutes before I realized the steak was cooked, actually, it was well done, unfortunately. The song was well done. The steak was medium rare, decent sear, pretty good, but not my best. I think someone literally typed in Charlie Kirk Memorial Song in the theme of Imagine Dragons' Arcane theme song into an AI chat prompt, and it slaps. It's a real earworm. Or is it an ear Trojan horse that's gonna make us all reconsider the Civil Rights Act? Loquirquently, I don't know. Over the years, I've seen a lot of things turn into an alt-right pipeline. Some normal stuff, like health and wellness turning into race realism. Shout out to Dr. Mike. I guess if you have the phrenology of Megamind, you might think that skull size determines outcomes. I don't know. And I've seen stranger things, like QAnon sending every almond mom into psychosis, and whatever clown world is. This is different because the potential pipeline to the right is coming from the left. The depersonalization and derealization of a political assassination. Bars with brain rot. I'm going to discuss whether it is a pipeline, whether we're all going crazy, and then make a little old-fashioned pros and cons list.
Charlie Kirky. I spot the Berkey.
I'm not entirely sure the origins of clowning on Charlie Kirk, but the first time I encountered it was on the Toilet Paper USA subreddit around 2019. The name is derivative of Turning Point USA, so you might think it was mainly about Charlie Kirk, but it was kind of just there to clown on every right-wing extremist type of fellow. It was kind of like a snark subreddit for all those YouTube guys. During that time, it was a lot of small-faced Charlie memes and Twitter gotcha replies, and not a whole lot else. I think I can get away with saying that it was politically neutral. You know, it was aimed at a certain part of the political spectrum, but everyone was kind of getting together to clown on these guys. They were so far out of the bounds of American politics at the time that anyone could say, oh, you think women shouldn't have the right to vote? What are you, stupid? And get together and make memes about it. So yeah, I'd say politically neutral, just like North Korea being bad is politically neutral. That's politically neutral, right? Making jokes about Kim Jong-un is a long-time bipartisan activity. It's got to be politically neutral. Time passed. The Overton window shifted to the right. Trump got elected again. And this time they gave Charlie a seat at the table. That's when he went from being this fringe bozo outside the realm of normal American politics to a legitimate figure inside of US politics. He did soften some of his views to fit in, or at least he pretended to secure the bag, like with Jeffrey Epstein. Now that's the version of Charlie that's being sold to people these days. But it's strange, because that version of him is ephemeral. It barely ever existed in the first place. Back in 2019, I thought it was pretty harmless to clown on this guy and make jokes about these right-wingers. These days I realize that it might have been harmful though. In FD Signifier's recent video, he talks about how the goal isn't to win a debate for them. It isn't to look like they know what they're talking about. It's for their ideas just to escape containment. You should check out his channel. He really knows what he's talking about. It's intoxicating for all of your problems to be explained away by minorities and sinners. You don't have to actually take the accountability. You just pass the buck. That feels great. And that sort of thinking spreads like wildfire, regardless of what your intentions are. That's what happened. I might have been part of the problem. Current version of this is a whole new beast. I don't know if these rules still apply.
Charlie Kirky. I spot the Berkey.
The Charlie Kirk young people are familiar with is not fringe, is not considered an extremist. He's part of the establishment. So I don't think you'd be wrong to say that this wave of brain rot was anti-establishment, but I do think it goes deeper than that. What if the establishment was a joke? What if it wasn't to be taken seriously at all? And what if opposition made the establishment grow stronger by having an excuse to bring down force? Well, that's why I think it's anti-simulacra and anti-simulation. If you don't know what that means, bear with me, I'm gonna try to explain it to you. In 1981, French philosopher Jean Baudrillard came out with a book, Simulacra and Simulation. You may know it from the Matrix movies. It was a big inspiration for that. The Truman Show. We wouldn't even have the term red pill to describe manosphere stuff if it wasn't for this work. It resonated with a lot of people. And now that we live our lives 50% online, it rings even more true. You see, the point of this book was to argue that reality was being replaced by signs and symbols representing something new called hyperreality. And everything that we experienced eventually was all going to be through this lens of hyperreality instead of what actually happened. That's the simulation. Jean Baudrillard didn't live long enough to see YouTube shorts and TikToks, but Low Kirk, I think he would have liked them. He might be surprised to see the year 2025, the biggest trend was an AI-generated meme of a dead political commentator. Or maybe he wouldn't be surprised, because he kind of predicted that, right? For the visual learners, I've got a segment for you next.
Charlie Kirky. I'd spot the perky.
This is obviously not sponsored, just look at me. So, you guys are my beautiful, beautiful sponsors today. As my sponsors, you are my boss. If you're watching this right now, you are my supervisor. Please give me direction. Comment below. Tell me how I can better serve you, my boss. Subscribe to become my full-time boss and to tell me what to do at any time. And if, by chance, you are an ad partner wanting, for some unexplainable reason, to partner with me, hit me up. For real, I'll do anything if you pay me to do it.
Charlie Kirky. I'd spot the perky.
Here's my visual helper. I'm not loving where I am right now, but I'm stuck between two Charlies. It is what it is. I didn't know where to put myself on here. And this shows how Charlie Kirk's image has gradually gone from real to hyper real. Okay? Starting with IRL, human being Charlie. This is the 100% authentic human being version of Charlie, who was born from his mother, okay? Raised as a child. This is as real as it gets right here. As real as you or me. Well, as real as you, anyway, since I'm on the internet right now, which means I'm more like this one, actually. Right. The online persona of Charlie. This is probably closely correlated to the real-life version of him, but just separated from context of his life and the general nuance of being human. We all have this version of ourselves these days. And if you're on social media, people are perceiving you, but they don't know you. Ew. This next one is where we start to see this real life person completely sever from the symbol used to represent them. This is small face Charlie, a satire that is purposefully changing his image to mock his views. What if we could see that that person was not to be taken seriously just by looking at him right there? We got it. His image is being used in opposition of himself. We continue to go further from reality here. We have establishment Charlie, a symbol of a man who gained popularity railing against the establishment, who's now been absorbed by that same establishment. His online persona's takes on Epstein, Israel, democracy, and many other things have changed or been suppressed, but they're still using his image to garner support. It's a little bait and switch, like Indiana Jones. Now, of course, right next to me here, we have Martyr Charlie. This is all of that stuff times 10. They say people heard him because he told the truth. Well, not the truth about that other stuff, the truth, the state-sponsored truth that we told him to say. And that is why they heard him. Mostly just that, nothing else. At this point, if you're seeing these shifts happen in real time, it becomes hard to deny the absurdity of it all. This is where the nihilism creeps in. He was harnessed as a symbol to prop up the establishment, and then harnessed as a symbol by one vile person to take down the establishment. That person was playing by the rules of the game that we learned from this whole shift from reality to hyper-reality. Charlie's personhood was destroyed in this process. So when he was taken out, they didn't feel like they were ending someone real's life. They felt like they were destroying a symbol. That's scary. I don't like that. In response to these last two bubbles and the whole process of going from real to hyper-real, we have Kirkified brain rot Charlie. This is a complete rejection of the simulacra and simulation. It's like when your granddad found your dad smoking cigarettes out by the train tracks and he said, "If you think you like that, boy, you're smoking a whole pack tonight." Co-opting Charlie's image once more, but this time to show the absurdity of this transition. It's eventually going to render the symbol useless. Seeing Kirkified Wicked Witch belting out Defying Gravity and then going to a Kirk and Twerk, I can't even take this seriously, Kirk and Twerk EDM dance party is making it really difficult to take the Cybertruck rap and Kirk memorabilia very seriously. It's mutually assured destruction of this whole timeline.
Charlie Kirky. I'd spot the perky.
Coming to you live from Reed's room in the People's Republic of New Jersey, trying to spread 100 years of prosperity from Camden to Hoboken. How is everybody doing? I was just outside, sunning my booty hole. It's snowy. I was cleaning off my car. I'm a little bit wet right now, but it's okay. I'm here with you, and we've got something to do. Go through the pros and cons of Charlie Kirk brainrot memes. I've been racking my brain over this, trying to come up with the truth. Though Kirkwiently, I think I've got it. I've got it. I know what's going on now. Finally. And let's start off with a big, juicy, stupid ass pro. It's funny, guys. It's just funny. It's like hilarious. Now, this doesn't seem that important, but this pro kind of like got our president elected. So it might have more weight within American culture than you think. We do a lot of stuff just because it's funny, like tell horrible jokes about people's race and gender and all types of crap. That holds a lot of weight with the American public. So it being funny, that's a bomb drop in a way that only America could. That's a nuclear bomb drop. You understand that. It's a big one. And let's go with some cons. Here's another big one. One that I don't particularly love. Charlie Kirk is an icon now. You can't get away from it. He could die a million deaths and it will only grow the lore. He's stuck in our zeitgeist now. It's always going to be on the tip of a Republican's tongue trying to talk some shit. Always. He has a wife and children. We're not going to be able to get away from that. Ever. It's a big con. Pros. This one, I like. It breaks the pipeline. You know the alt-right pipeline? You might have heard of it. I might have talked about it like 75 times. Sometimes someone could be headed down that way and something jostles. Something jostles their sled going down the pipeline, Jamaican bobsled team style, gets jostled away, and they end up somewhere else. Hopefully into leftism and not liberalism or a third mysterious worse thing. This one's kind of a double-sided sword because sometimes it might just make them defensive and dig their heels into what they already believe. So I'm going to say breaks the pipeline sometimes. Maybe that one's not as good of a pro as I was originally thinking. Another con that's a hitter, irony poisoning. If you're not familiar with it, it's basically when someone starts saying something ironically so often that they kind of get confused about what they really believe and what they're saying ironically. It's like you're joking with someone saying some slang from 2016, saying, oh, swag, that's so swag, and it's making your little cousin annoyed with you, like, oh, that's so swag, you're so swag, and he's getting cringed out and annoyed, and then next thing you know, you're out with your friends, and you're like, wow, dude, that's swag, and you're like, oh no, did I just say that for real? I was joking about that, but now I'm saying swag seriously in my life. I said swag to my boss. I said swag in an interview. That's what irony poisoning is. Now imagine replacing swag with like, some people are lesser than whites. And that happens. Starts out as a 4chan meme. Starts out as groypers on Twitter, LOLing. But then they kind of forget whether or not it's a joke and whether or not they actually believe it. And you know, there's plenty of this on the left too, because the killer was irony poisoned. Posting all that random groyper meme stuff. Did he really believe that? Was it a joke? Was it all a joke? Was this whole thing a joke? Or was that his true beliefs? And if it was a joke, why did he take such an extreme action? That's why irony poisoning sucks. Another pro. Accidentally teaching kids media literacy. It is like trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. You have no choice but to acknowledge the absolute absurdity of a Kirk and Twerk EDM dance party coming from Charlie Kirk, the political commentator. It is showing people that the shit you see online is not real. It is showing you that there's a disconnect between real life and online life. It is forcing you to turn a critical eye towards what we believe is the truth.
Skibbity bap, dip it and switch it. What's going on, everybody? That's how I start the stream today. We are watching a video right now. This is a very small channel. Just happened to see them. 32 subscribers. Reed's Room. I think the video is good. I think it's pretty funny. Like interesting. It's about Charlie Kirkification of Charlie Kirk memes and shit. So a very interesting phenomenon. Definitely go check this guy out. Seems like he's making good content over here. Reed's Room. Look at this. 2 videos, 34 subscribers. Guys, come on, get it. Oh, no, sorry. 26 videos. Wait, oh, are they shorts maybe? Oh, yeah, okay. So he does a lot of shorts. There you go. That's what happened. Well, anyway, gang, definitely go check out Reed's Room. Funny stuff. And interesting, you know? That's cool. Hey, the most important thing is that it be funny, But if it's also interesting, then you're off to the races. Now all right. I got a big stream coming your way. Big stream, okay? Real big. Good Charlotte fans, of course. Little things, right? Oh, geez. Oh, God. I started coughing. Not a good start to my big stream. Boy. Okay. No, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. I just need to take a little sip of water. That's it. Yeah, nice thick stream. Okay, so hang on. For my big stream, why isn't my thing working? What on earth? My chat? Huh? Hang on. We're gonna fix this. We're totally gonna fix this. It's gonna be fine. How about that? Good stream. Okay. Well, it's still cutting off the bottom. Like every week I come back and the yeah, okay. So is it just gonna keep cutting off the that's so annoying. Whatever. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. It's fine. We're gonna just go we're just gonna go for it. Yeah. We're gonna talk about that. So obviously Epstein drops happened. This was a crazy turn of events. It was massive. Millions of files have now been released. We're gonna go over some of those, but first, speaking of, I like to shout out smaller creators on my stream. It's hard to find creators smaller than me, but I like to try and find them, and if they're good, I like to give them a little shout out, see what I can maybe drum up a couple extra subs for them. And I gotta say, I got a little bit of karma in a positive sense, I think, from doing this sort of thing. I got shouted out this week, just a couple days ago, on one of my favorite shows. That's right. I got shouted out on InfoWars. Yes, this actually happened.
Over 8% voted.
Wait, hang on. I'm not these guys.
And now Republicans watch this. You know Republicans is the right side. You know Republicans are the elections. You know that when I was at evangelical and Baptist churches, all our
Hang on.
that I was like all races under Jesus. Like, I didn't pull that deal. Like, you guys act like this KKK rally was evangelical. Any black person or you go to the evangelical church, it's like mixed. And most black churches are evangelical. Anybody that I don't know. But I want to hear this because I saw this, and here's a big breaking news before he comes on his own show. All right, got me out. But not where this hag. You know the KKK is going on.
All right, so like he's going over like the what's those lib ladies that have like the funny podcast that's like anti-Trump? What's it called again? They're good. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen a whole lot of them, but they seem good from what I've seen. Anyway, he's playing their shit and being like, "This is terrible." He's calling them hags, which is kind of intense. Whoa, Alex Jones, that's a little bit intense. like not even in the top 100 most intense things ever. But then he pivots from like slandering them to bringing up me. Oh, sorry. I forgot I had this on like 1,000,000 times speed. Let me just turn this down. Yeah, one time.
Don't know. All right, I saw this, and then Harris is coming with big breaking news before he comes on to his own show. The last 15 minutes or so, Harris has got some big breaking news. Say with us for that. But I wanted to air this because I got sent this, and I saw this, and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all.
Classic Joe Goblin fan, by the way.
I didn't see the whole thing. A really good video. I still am meaning to finish the last half. It's quite long. I don't have that much time in my day.
This morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. But he does get to the end saying, wow, Alex.
So, okay. I got to say, first of all, this was the craziest thing to happen to me, like maybe ever. I don't know. It's like one of the craziest things ever to happen to me. It's getting played on InfoWars. And the way he sets it up is so funny to me because, I want to be clear. I think Alex Jones is bad. I think Alex Jones has been not a positive force on world events, on world culture, on world understanding. I personally know people who have gotten their brains fried from watching InfoWars. And like I feel like I've been pretty clear about that on my channel. You know, we just put up I've done a bunch of streams with Alex Jones. The last one we clipped and uploaded with the help of the Goblin Queen was it's called like Alex Jones oil lobby shill, like paid oil lobby shill. Okay, like I don't think he's a good guy, but I do like I think he's like fascist, dumbass, and corrupt, hypocrite. I think all that about him. But I also do think that he's one of the most talented broadcasters that we've ever had the, fortune of observing. Like, it was one of the purest entertainers, one of the most entertaining guys. I'm sorry if that makes me a bad, person, but I do like him. So it's funny that when he sees me, he's thought up a little conspiracy theory about me in a way, right? Because he's pretending he doesn't like me. He's pretending to criticize me, but actually he thinks I'm cool.
Big breaking news before he comes on his own show. Last 15 minutes or so, Harrison's got some big breaking news. Say with us for that. But I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. But he does get to the end and say, wow, Alex got everything he wanted with Trump. That's why he's supporting Trump. Yeah, it's way better than what we have the Democrats. Exactly. We built this for Trump. It's not perfect, but it's way better. But he shows really kind of what I've done over the years and the fact that what the corporate media says about me is not who we are. He also says, though, that I'm not into the left-right paradigm anymore. No, I'm exposing the left-right paradigm. The old Republican Party and Democrats.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted by trying to go over the thing. I missed the thing I wanted to talk about. He's talking about how. Sorry, by the way, the chat. I don't think I can fix it. Oh wait, no, actually, I think it's fixed, sort of. Although the sign into chat is just gonna be there at the bottom. God, I am so frustrated with OBS sometimes. Okay, whatever. All right, sorry. I'm trying to do this. We got lots to go over today. But sorry, I just wanted to play that part. I played too much. No, this isn't going how I planned.
It's way better than what we have the Democrats. Exactly.
Oh, I played way too much. Hang on.
All right, I saw this, and I watched most of it. And he wanted with Trump. That's why he's supporting Trump. Part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. But
okay, so Alex Jones thinks that I actually do like him and that I was just lying. So I do feel like also honored that Alex Jones has a conspiracy theory about me. And I have to say, like, he is kind of right. Like, as much as I think he's bad and I want to fight against the fucking evil, paranoid worldview that he has kind of, propagated his entire career, I can't help, in spite of all that, I do sort of think he's hilarious and I love watching him. Anyway, all right.
But he does get to the end and say, wow, Alex got everything he wanted with Trump.
He's like, he said he didn't watch the whole thing, and he's like, wow, Alex, he does get to the end and say, Alex got everything he wanted with Trump.
That's why he's supporting Trump. Yeah, it's way better than what we have the Democrats. Exactly. We built this for Trump.
Okay. He's like, it's way better than what we have with the Democrats. Exactly. We built, and it's just like, why you say it exactly? I didn't say any of that. Like, I believe my quote from the thing, because I've been looking over Alex's whole career. We've been watching some old videos of Alex Jones from like the 90s, the 2000s, 20 teens. And like, I think the common take on Alex Jones now is to be like, oh, if Alex Jones from 2000 could see himself today, oh, he would hate what he's become. And I see that. I see that in a way, but also there is a perspective that if you look at Alex Jones from the beginning of his career to now, there is a way in that he's been consistent. And it comes down to, like, for me, is Alex Jones for real? Like, is he telling you the truth about what he believes? Is he a complete idiot? Or is he purposely lying in order to get what he wants? Because if he is telling the truth, then yes, he has been kind of like, there's been a massive shift in what he supports and what he wants. But, and I'm right on the fence, honestly. I think it's not just one or the other. I think he's kind of both at times. I think he's, I have a lot of kind of theories in my head about how Alex Jones' brain works, but I sort of think that he is aware that the things he says are lies, but at the same time, he's able to like believe them and embody them. But like from the beginning of his career, he's hated Republican and Democrat politicians, both. He hated Clinton. He hated George Bush. He hated John McCain. He hated Obama when they were running against each other. He hated, who else did we have? Biden, right? Like he hated everybody. But Trump, he didn't hate. He liked Trump. And it's like, it sort of means that like whenever he was, like if that is, if what he's saying here,
we built this for Trump. Trump's way better. He's not perfect, but he's way better than what we had.
Like if that is true, then what he always wanted was fascism. And the reason that he hated Bush was because Bush wasn't like right enough for him, right? And I think there are signs of that when you go back, right? Like Trump does represent someone outside of the status quo. He does represent someone who no one expected to win in 2016, the underdog. He does represent this kind of ultra-conservative white nationalist politics in a way that like even guys like George Bush don't. Like George Bush's old money, I mean Trump is too, I guess, but like Bush, like Bohemian Grove, right? We've been talking about that on stream a lot. Bohemian Grove, every Republican president from the 20th century was a member of Bohemian Grove. Every single one. And none of the Democrats, but every Republican president. And Jones hates Bohemian Grove. He hates what it represents, these old, hoity-toity, mega wealthy elites. And he hated Bush. His whole thing when he went to protest outside Bush, he's like, he's a member of Bohemian Grove. Look, he's worshiping Satan, blah, blah, blah. Trump is the first president in over a century who's Republican who never went to Bohemian Grove, as far as we know. Like, he is kind of like uncouth. And I also think it's funny because Alex Jones is so similar to Trump in a lot of ways, right? He's like he's kind of I hate to say it, Alex. I know you're watching. Big fan of the stream. Alex, shout out your account in the chat. Which one are you? Like I sort of feel like Alex's deal here is he, like Trump, is like a dumbass who is nonetheless very charismatic and has been able to carry himself forward on just saying whatever he wants and never backing down. He backs down a little bit more than Trump does, but he also talks a lot more than Trump does. The InfoWars is like a long show. It's like a 4-hour show this day, Alex Jones show. Over half an hour of which is Chill Goblin talking. So, happy I gave him a little bit of a, he got to leave early that day, I guess. But, sorry, lost. Okay. Where was I again? Jeez. I should have taken another Adderall before this. But yeah, no. Okay. No, I think he's like Trump a lot. Because another thing about Trump is that he's extremely susceptible to flattery. So he probably saw the video where I'm like, and he's so funny. He's so charismatic. If only he wasn't a fucking evil fascist dumbass, like paid shill. And he heard just the compliment. Like just that's the only part he heard. He's like,
this guy gets me. This guy gets me. What are we doing tomorrow? No. Cancel that. We're going to play this guy's video. It's going to be great. Oh, people are going to love it. Anyway, I just find that so interesting. Anyways, let's continue here. Alex Jones say nice things about me.
It's not perfect, but it's way better. But he shows really kind of what I've done over the years and the fact that what the corporate media says about me is not who we are. He also says, though, that I'm not into the left-right paradigm anymore. No, I'm exposing the left-right paradigm. The old Republican Party and Democrats were working together, and it was staged. With Trump, it's different. That's why all hell's breaking loose.
Like there is a sense in which I totally get what he's saying. Like, I don't agree with it. I don't think that Trump represents a change to the status quo so far as it affects elites, aside from like the truly brain dead shit he does, like tariffs and stuff, where like, you know, Koch brothers are like, dude, what the fuck? You're fucking up our bag. And it's just because Trump's a moron. But like, overall, the Trump administration, are you kidding me? Has been amazing for elites. Incredible for the fucking top 0.0001% of people. The fucking wealthiest people in America. They are doing great. They love that shit.
Because this is what we built. We built the runway for Trump. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created.
100%. Ava JN02. Vulgar homophobia with respect to the liberal elite is a common thread in a lot of Jones state media. Yeah. 100%. Like, and very often whenever he's describing these like occult Babylonian satanic rituals, all these baby harvesting demon maggots, they go out there and they're like, oh, I'm Henry Kissinger. I'm wearing a tutu. And he like has like, there's this weird kind of like homophobia like around it, you know? Like Bohemian Grove kind of makes sense because it's just a bunch of no girls allowed. It's only dudes. But yes, totally. Oh, wait, sorry. If you're not speaking and just listening to the clip we're listening to, mute your mic because we're getting like few millisecond feedback from the clip feedback. Oh, really? Oh, you know what I think that might be? I think I'm capturing more things than I need to. How about this? Yeah. Okay, yes, no, thank you for the tip on that hardly working. Here, check this out.
So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining. And
this is also like so validating to hear from like one of my heroes. And this is how I talk about him too. He's like, he's entertaining, and now he's giving it back to me. Oh, I wish I could be as entertaining as Alex Jones.
Breaking loose, because this is what we built. We built the runway for Trump. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. We'll air that.
He pretty much gets it. Alex Jones. Put that on like the cover of my fucking autobiography or whatever. Put that on my tombstone.
He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They came super viral, so whatever. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is.
This is massive. This is how George Bush.
So, like, what the fuck? Look at this. You see this? You see this shit? Look, Finland, you're on there. See? To the Finland station. Jack Dormitzik, G-Man. Yo, it's us, guys. We did this together. We're all here. Yo. Like, we put the InfoWars, like, spinning cube in the corner. Isn't this nuts? Yes, dude. I did not just get a mention. Alex Jones had me like close out his show. This is a long clip. He plays it.
Dresses up right here. We got them on tape. This is how they dress up right here in red and black robes.
So I'm not going to play the whole thing because I mean, if you watch the stream, you've seen me before, but Alex Jones, because I do think he used this as an excuse to duck out early that day. Like, I don't think he stuck around and watched it, but he did stick around at least for the first like minute. And he's like, you hear him talk over the clip to like correct something that I'm saying. So I'm making fun of him here.
A little more pointy though, like the Klan. We've got them on tape. This is how George Bush dresses.
He's like trying to make the hood point. He's,
But it's not perfect, all right? Well, listen, it didn't totally live up to my expectations or anything. He's pulling
I
up
was
the top
doing
of
it to
It's
be
more
silly.
pointy.
Here and there, I'm like, he's so stupid. Look at this fucking idiot. He's like, oh, sorry, this looks so Spirit Halloween right now. And then he's like,
I was doing it to be silly. I was doing it on purpose. I wanted it to look bad.
to make the hood point. He's,
But it's not perfect, all right? Well, listen, it didn't totally live up to my expectations or anything. He's pulling
I
up
was
the top
doing
of
it to
It's
be
more
silly.
pointy and scary. Imagine this,
I was
but it
doing it to
doesn't
be
look
silly.
silly and ridiculous. Imagine this, but it's not an embarrassing, humiliating moment for me. Think about it. Think of it.
like, and Goblin Queen gets a shout
Hey.
in there too. Yes, shout out to my beautiful, hardworking fiance who edits all my videos.
The Goblin Queen. Waking Life, Alex Jones scene.
Yeah, so like, it's just this, guys. It's literally just this. Like, I'm so blown away. It's so good. It's not. This player on. This is Rumble. I'm on by the way.
Parties prop each other up.
If you had one of the political parties
standing on its own.
But yeah, oh geez, yeah. No, this player kind of sucks. I wish I had the times figured out. I can jump ahead. Anyway, basically, you can check it out if you want. It's a 35-minute like thing at the end of his show, and I'm calling him. So like he kept the whole thing out in. Like at first I was worried like, oh shit, did he edit it so that I'm just like glazing him the whole time? Because I do say like complimentary things about him, but no, he kept everything. He kept a lot. I call him a fascist and an idiot like numerous times in this fucking video. It played on InfoWars, and I saw like a bunch of comments that from people where they were like, why did you give this guy so much time at the end of your show? That's like really crazy. He seems bad and like whatever. And I should mention, here's how I found out about this. I was on Twitter and I started noticing I was getting like a bunch of fucking like new followers that were like, you look at their profile and it's like Trump, America, the flag in that order or something. It'd be like God, whatever. And like there's one with like some like anti-Semitic like triple brackets ass shit. Like I started getting a bunch of these followers and I was like, what the fuck? Who are these guys? Why am I getting these follows? That's bizarre. That is far outside my normal audience. And then someone tagged me in the fucking Alex Jones post. Here, let's see if I can. Oh wait, hang on. I might actually have to grab a link from somewhere. 1 second. Because Alex Jones posts a lot on his Twitter. But originally I found out through, here it is, Twitter. Somebody tagged me in this post. Look at this, gang. Look at this.
Exclusive. Watch Extra Chill Goblin expose Alex Jones' secret identity and life mission.
I got the tweet shout out. Look at this. Yeah. And so this person, Boosifus, tagged me and was like, oh, you're getting called up to the big leagues. I was like, what the H? What the dang H? And yeah, I don't know. A lot of people were like, what the hell? You gave this person was great. You gave this guy, mind you, nobody has heard of him, way too much time on your show. I actually had to turn off your show today because I don't care what he says. A clip would have done. So not everybody was happy. That guy's getting constantly beamed with blue light. No wonder. Not sure what that means, but I am constantly getting beamed with blue. I literally have blue light on me. Is that like a blue pill sort of thing? Anyway, tripped me out today. I really can't believe that you played this. For 30 minutes, Chill Goblin took you completely apart. You played this on your own show without realizing what was on it. Harrison Smith had to jump in with 15 minutes left of your show to save the day. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, really, really great. One of my favorite things that I've ever seen. It's awesome. I was so happy. And I did something. I gotta show you guys. Hang on. Okay, I'm all right. Hang on. And I think I gotta turn down the gain a little bit here. Okay, so check this out. Don't have video for this yet.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin, having political succubus with goblins. Extra chill goblin.
Sick. So that was like my, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. New stream intro. I got to make a video for it, right? I got to make some kind of trippy ass visual for that. Yes, teal deer sucks. Welcome to Cabal Operative. But yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, right? Listen, the Goblin Show, we're punching above our weight class over here at Extra Chill Goblin. I don't even have 2,000 subscribers. I'm getting played by Alex Jones, one of the kings. I'm basically trying to do what he's doing, but except good, with citations. So yeah, I have to say, that was an extremely funny day for me. So funny it inspired me to make a dubstep song. Yes, throwing some shapes. The Gobblists. Yeah. The Goblinists. Gobblists? Yeah.
The globalists. The Globlins.
Hell yeah.
Kissing goblins.
There's so much fucking... He talks about goblins all the time on this show. I had the embarrassment of riches of clips to choose from. Yeah. Anyway, gang. That's the new theme song. So fucking hilarious. I can't believe that happened. So surreal. All right. Now, enough of that. Spent probably a little bit too much time. I spent about a half hour going over that. Probably didn't need to do that. But we've got actual shit to talk about here. So let's get right into it. We need to talk about some Epstein shit. And I want to start with the Musks. All right. Here we are in Obsidian, if you're wondering what this is. Obsidian, very good program. Actually, the Goblin Queen says I mention Obsidian too much, but it is truly, I love it. It's free. It's 100% local, like it's all on your computer. It's not in the cloud. And yeah, you can do a bunch of cool shit with it. It's perfect for mind mapping shit out. So Epstein Files release. We got a bunch of fucking, we got a bunch of shit to talk about here. Excuse me. I think one of the big things that we are learning from the new drop is about Elon Musk, and actually not just Elon Musk, but his brother Kimbal Musk. All right, so we've got the two Musks, and I think they're the shit that we're getting on these guys. I can't even pick which one is more interesting or more insane. I guess the one with Elon is more interesting just because more people know who the fuck Elon is. So let's start out with the Kimbal. Let's start out with Kimbal, and then I'll go and get into the Elon stuff. Because trust me, the Kimbal shit is wild too. But let's start with him. Okay, so everybody knows Elon Musk. Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen. But do you recall the least famous Musk brother of all? Kimbal. Kimbal Musk, who is basically, he's like Elon Musk, but he doesn't, he wears a cowboy hat all the time, and has a lot less money. He's also, I think he's a billionaire. He's at least close. He was part of the guys that ran what the fuck was it called X, the old thing before it became PayPal? He got a ton of money from that. He's on the board at SpaceX. He's also on the board at Burning Man, the desert festival for hippie libertarians. I'm not gonna lie, I would go to that. I would go to Burning Man. I would kind of love it. I feel like I would kind of thrive there, to be honest. Luckily, I've been I've been saved the indignity of being a Burning Man guy by just being completely way too broke to be able to afford any part of that. But it does seem like something I would enjoy, I'll be honest. Anyway, this dude's on the board of that. If that helps you understand what maybe he's like as a guy. Kimbal Musk. Here we got it here pictured here with his little Britney Spears microphone, the skin-colored mic on his cheek. He's always in his cowboy hat, by the way. That is not just a for that photo. I'm not like misrepresenting him. Let's see, Kimbal Musk. Let me just quickly show you. Here's another photo. The guy's like clearly. Oh fuck. Okay, well I just happen to zoom in on the one where he's not wearing a cowboy hat, but like clearly at some point this guy's like, no, it's my thing. It's my new thing. Now I wear a cowboy hat. I always have a cowboy hat on. Oh, and there's that same. I guess there's like one or two photos of him without one that like sometimes journalists will use. They're like, is there anything we have with this guy? But you gotta kind of dig for it. This guy clearly is like, no, I am a cowboy on a fucking steel horse I ride, and it's called a SpaceX. Yeah, cowboy. Imagine Elon Musk, but he was like even more upsetting and like, weird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's who we're dealing with. Kimbal Musk, who, believe it or not, may actually have kind of a hard time meeting women. I know. You'd think that wouldn't be the case, but no, that is. And I'm not a robot. Now, Kimbal Musk, he's been associated with Epstein for a while. Here's an article from Business Insider, noted leftist propaganda mag, Business Insider, with this article. Jeffrey Epstein set Elon Musk's brother up with a girlfriend in an effort to get close to the Tesla founder, sources say. So obviously, like Epstein, like as they said, and I think it was what the fuck was that? One of the early articles. I think it was the one where Trump was quoted, right? International Money Man of Mystery. It's either that or the talented Mr. Epstein. One of those two. This article says, as some collect beautiful butterflies, Epstein collects beautiful minds. And Epstein, I mean, I don't know if you can call the mind of Kimbal Musk beautiful. Maybe if you just, in the sense that all my brains are beautiful things. I don't know. But Epstein did, that is not an inaccurate way of looking at Epstein. Like he did kind of go out of his way to make connections and build up this whole network of rich, famous celebrities, right? In politics, finance, Hollywood. He did do this like on purpose. He was gathering people, networking. And it seems like I don't know exactly where they got this idea. Maybe just from talking to people, but why the fuck would anyone become friends with Kimbal Musk unless they were doing it to become friends with Elon, right? Right? I mean, why would anyone become friends with Elon Musk? Obviously not because they like him as a person. It's because he's the richest man on earth or whatever. He's like a Tesla, blah, 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 because of his connections. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's probably the case for just about everyone who's ever gotten close to Kimbal Musk. It was done in an effort to get close to Elon. Imagine somebody who's an even bigger loser than Elon Musk, if that's even scientifically possible. But so this article from Business Insider, it goes over this thing. Epstein, the multimillionaire sex criminal, introduced Kimbal Musk, Elon Musk's brother, to a woman in his entourage. Just a woman. We didn't know who this was. The woman who'd previously dated Epstein and lived in an apartment building where he was known to house models dated Kimbal Musk from 2011 to 2012. Though the relationship was, by all accounts, genuine. Okay, sure. The sources said Epstein hoped it would open doors to Elon Musk and his companies. Epstein and his entourage were granted a private tour of Elon Musk's SpaceX facility in Hawthorne, California in 2012, a source told Business Insider. Musk and SpaceX have denied that there was a tour. Keep that in mind. We'll get into that. Blah, blah, blah. We are talking about this. So I'm just trying to get more information about this woman that Kimbal supposedly dated. Did I? Yeah. Okay. I did quote it. That's a great thing about Obsidian. So this is a quote from the article. It's unclear how Epstein and Kimbal Musk met initially, but They saw each other occasionally because Kimbal was dating a woman in Epstein's entourage at the time. The woman had previously dated Epstein and lived in a blah, 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 blah. The couple, who dated from 2011 to 2012, were set up by Epstein. The relationship brought Epstein into contact with the Musk family and its businesses. And it highlights how the convicted sex offender may have used the women in his inner circle to develop strategic relationships with prominent people in the world of tech and business. Totally true. I think that's 100% true. That's something that he did consistently. So what do we know about this woman? We know that she previously dated Epstein. She lived in an apartment building owned by Mark Epstein. A lot of these women who dated Epstein did. She dated Kimbal from 2011 to 2012. She's American. It also says in this article, I believe. Oh, I guess I didn't quote that. Oh, no, I did. Oh, sorry, there's more. The woman, an American, was in one of the 3 couples that sources said Epstein directed to enter into same-sex marriages as part of a scheme to keep some of Epstein's foreign-born girlfriends inside the country. Business Insider reported in August. She was also named as a beneficiary of an irrevocable trust created by Epstein that at one point totaled $50 million, Business Insider reported in December. Okay, so we got quite a bit of information here. She's one of the 3 Epstein-linked lesbian couples, and she was a beneficiary of the $50 million Epstein trust. Okay. Now, you might be thinking, if you're sitting at home, wait, sorry, what? The 3 Epstein-linked lesbian marriages? What the H? What on earth are you talking about? That's crazy. And yeah, it is crazy, but that is a real thing that happened. There were 3 couples that 3 lesbian marriages of Epstein victims / girlfriends who married, they had sham weddings, and all 3 of these couples had one person. One of the girls was from America. One of the girls is from somewhere else in the world. Okay? Now, we do happen to know about a few of these. So we have these 2, Yulia Stepanova and Kiri L. Cuomo. No relation to Andrew Cuomo, I don't think. But over here on the left, that's the Cuomo, Kiri Cuomo. On the right, that's Yulia, what's it, Stepanova? Yeah, Stepanova. And here's their marriage license here, Kiri Lalasamayi Cuomo and Yulia Stepanova. So they got married. Kiri Cuomo's apparently a pretty accomplished ballerina. And I think Yulia is a model. Here's an article about this. No, I do not accept. Here's a little article about Jeffrey Epstein's. Oh God, so many ads. Wait, why did that happen just now? Okay, whatever. Julia Stepanova talks about how, Julia Stepanova spent months working for public relations powerhouse Peggy Siegel. So he was hooking them up with jobs and stuff. I think for a lot of these couples, I mean, I'm not totally sure about this, but it seems like the woman or the girl or whoever, the person in the couple who is not from America is one of Epstein's very favorites. That's what I'm assuming. And so the American one in the couple is maybe not as, big in the Epstein world, but Epstein would be I'll pay you a lot of money if you agree to marry this other girl who needs a green card marriage. $50 million trust is wild. That's 1/10 of his supposed net worth. Yeah, that's true. That is a fuckload. But yeah, here's Stepanova with Epstein. There she is there, photographed. Okay, whatever. I don't know. I do tend to think of these people as victims. I think I don't these aren't some of them anyway. Here's one. So then there's let's go up here first. Here's another couple we know about. Karina Shuliak. Now Karina was Epstein's final girlfriend, his last girlfriend when he died. Actually, the day before he died, he made a call. He told prison workers he needed to call his mother. His mother had been dead since 2007. He actually called her, the one on the right, Karina Shuliak. She was a Belarusian dentist, and that is To my mind, the most convincing theory for why a couple of Epstein's properties had dentist chairs, because of her. He's like, oh, my new girlfriend, she loves dentistry. She's a dentist. You know what? I'm going to get a dentist chair installed right here. I believe that was what was going on there. But who knows? Maybe it was actually, I've heard the theory that it was a kink thing. I've heard the theory that it was when Epstein murdered someone, you needed to pull out their teeth. Feel like you don't need a full dentist chair to do that. But to me, the thing that makes one sense is because he really liked this girl, Karina Shuliak, wanted her to be able to, I don't know, keep in practice while she was on the island. Who knows? So yes, this is, that's Karina Shuliak on the right, and on the left, Jennifer Kalin. And she's American. Jennifer Kalin, and here we got another stupid-ass fucking Daily Mail article that sucks. Reject all. This is the dentist girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein, who he phoned from prison just before he hanged himself, but gave no hint. He was so despondent, he was about to commit suicide. There she is there, Karina, and there is, okay, no, sorry, yeah, I guess that's just Shuliak again. Here she is with Jennifer Kalin, married Shuliak. It can now be revealed married Shuliak in October 2013 and divorced her in July after Epstein was arrested. They're like, okay, I guess there's no point in continuing this sham. They were married for a long time, though. They were married for like 6 years. That feels like longer than you would need to if it was fake. Anyway, who knows? All right, so those are two of the couples. The third one we don't know about, but I've heard rumors that one of the people would be Nadia Marchinkova, definitely one of Epstein's favorites. Definitely, she was where was she from again? Yugoslavia or something like that. And Epstein claimed he purchased her from her parents rather. Who knows? As a sex slave, she appears to have. It's hard to say, right? We don't know everything that went on, but it seems like she started as a victim of Epstein's, worked her way up to become like his primary like girlfriend, to become an assistant of Jeffrey Epstein's, to sort of like helping him run his child trafficking enterprise. That seems to be the case. She was named in the non-prosecution agreement as you can't okay, once we agree on this, you're not allowed to prosecute Nadia Marchinkova, Leslie Groff, blah, 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 all these other people. Slovakia, was it? Slovakia. Dang, a sham lesbian marriage that lasted nearly as long as my non-sham, non-lesbian marriage. Now, is Nadia Marchinkova the one who was dating Kimbal? Well, here's a picture of her. This is from her blog. What's it called? Global Girl or Gulfstream Girl? It's called both of those things. But after Gulfstream sued or whatever, said that it was a copyright violation, she changed it to Global Girl. But anyway, I'm not sure which one it was at the time. But here she is with one of her planes. She was a pilot. She learned how to fly when she was with Epstein. And if you notice, look at what she's wearing. She's wearing a SpaceX shirt. Oh, that's interesting. SpaceX shirt. That's odd. Nadia Marchinkova. Possibly one of the 3 lesbian marriages. We don't know. We know. Now, she's not American. She's not American. But a lot of people thought she's American. Like she doesn't speak with like an accent, right? She seems very American. So I don't know. Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe they actually meant Slovakian. Anyway, but there's the SpaceX shirt. We've also got this photo. So get this. Here she is. She's modeling a SpaceX astronaut suit. And this article is called Making a Sexier Spacesuit. The man behind Victoria's Secret Angel Wings is just one of the innovators trying to create a new generation of space gear. A woman wearing Final Frontier Designs 3rd generation suit. So this is from, when Elon Musk initially contracted Orbital Outfitters, a company founded by a Hollywood prop artist, to design a new suit for future SpaceX astronauts, he specified that the suits must look badass. Fucking Elon is so fucking cringe. Oh my God. As Musk's ultimatum demonstrates, the commercial nature of the new space race means that the spacesuit of tomorrow must do more than merely keep its occupant alive. It must also sell a product. And it was designed again by, Ted Southern, the co-founder of Final Frontier Design, a Brooklyn-based company whose mission is to design and manufacture the next generation, blah, 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 blah. Wait. Here it is. He is the guy who built the angel wings for the Victoria's Secret fashion show. So we've got Elon Musk, SpaceX, Kimbal Musk. We've got Nadia Marcinkova modeling it. And the guy designing it is a Victoria's Secret guy. Like, it's hard to deny there must be an Epstein connection here, right? Epstein must have been involved in this at some point in the frickin' thing. Oh, hang on. I zoomed in too far. Now I got to do... Oh, no, I got it. It's all good. It's all good. I'm figuring out the ropes here. So Nadia Marcinkova, for a long time, I was sort of thinking it must be Nadia Marcinkova. And then... Did I go over everything? Yes. Then the emails dropped. I got 3 emails for you that just dropped this week. From Kimbal Musk to Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey, message received loud and clear. Seriously, I am very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Jennifer. I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. Okay, that must be Jennifer Kalin. One on the left. Here's another photo of her here. Jennifer Kalin. This must be her. Or, I mean, yeah, that's just one email, right? Maybe he did. But, like, what a weird, like, just like, I just want to note, right? Like, think about the way he's talking about her here. Doesn't it seem like he's calling the fucking, like, Toyota dealership about how happy he is with his new car? Like, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. That is an odd way to speak about a human being who you have a fully consensual relationship with. Were they supposed to redact that? I would say 100% yes. They definitely should have redacted that. The one thing that they're supposed to redact, I guess they're supposed to redact a couple things, but they are definitely supposed to redact victims' names. So total failure. I'll be back in New York City for Halloween weekend, blah, 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 blah. Scares me to imagine what you'll be for Halloween, Boris, but I want to see it. I can't do a South African accent. South Africa. Fucking prawns. Fuck you, Linnaeus. I'll be back in New York City for Halloween weekend. No, I'm going to stop. I am going to stop. I don't respect South Africa, but I still don't want to butcher their accent that much. All right, moving on. Another fucking email from Kimbal. Actually, this one at the bottom you can see. Oh, fuck, I can't zoom in anymore, can I? Can I? No, I can't. The bottom one there is from May Musk, Elon Musk's mom, Mama Musk. And then Kimbal forwards it to Epstein. I don't know why. And then he says, "Great to hang out today. Jeffrey and Boris, many thanks for connecting me with Jennifer. I believed you both played a role." So it's like, again, he's like, okay, weird. Connecting me with Jennifer. And then this one is actually a message from Elon to, from Jeffrey Epstein to Elon Musk. If we read from the bottom here. Jeffrey to Elon. Jeffrey says, "Did your brother tell you about Jen's pregnant joke? Will you be at TED?" Like, so, the rest of this, blah, blah, blah. But did your brother tell you about Jen's pregnant joke? Brother, Kimbal, Jen, pregnant. Like, did Jen play a joke where she pretended to be pregnant? I don't know. Maybe she just told a joke. Pregnant woman walks into a bar, blah, 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 blah. But I don't want to assume. I don't want to, whatever, put things together that I'm not seeing. But all I'm saying is, it does seem like they're all hanging out. Yeah, the random equals signs are some kind of, I don't know, I don't know computers, but some sort of compression error. Like, there are some emails we have 2 versions of, and some of them have the equals and some of them are properly whatever. So the equal signs, some, character, letter, or whatever. Yeah, gotta love a pregnant joke, eh, Elon? Maybe it's a code reference to getting an abortion. Maybe. I don't know. I doubt it, but I don't think that he would message Elon Musk with something like that. Maybe Steve Bannon he would, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, so that answers a mystery that we've been wondering in the Epstein research community for a long ass time. Oh, I definitely also want to shout out this person, #Gray, Blue Sky Social. They're also on X, I presume by the same name, but yeah, like I was just talking to him about this. Weirdly, I was going down this rabbit hole like a month ago or so, and I was really trying to figure out who was the woman that Kimbal Musk was like given, had trafficked to him. And I couldn't find it, but this person had done so much research on it and had like a bunch of threads. So shout out to them. And I just also, let me see here. I just reached out to them on Twitter to see if they had seen it. Have they got back to me? Oh, that would be so cool. No, they haven't. They're ignoring me. No, I'm sure they're just busy. I'm sure they wouldn't do that. Anyway, okay. It's all good. What were we talking about? Huh? Oh, yes. Okay. That's Kimbal. So that is Kimbal, gang. That's Kimbal Musk. Going over everything. Definitely seems like Epstein had a pretty big connection there. We've got Nadia Marcinkova modeling for SpaceX. We've got all kinds of shit going on here. But yes, I think we can now put this rumor to bed. Unless maybe in this other couple that we don't know, there was another woman named Jennifer. I guess that's also possible. But seems unlikely, but hey, who knows? That's Kimbal. All right, now let's get into the other Musk, the other one of the brothers Musk. The brothers Musk. Let's talk about Elon Musk. So, if you don't know Elon Musk, how did you find this stream? What are you doing? How did you even know? I have his name in the title. He's on the thumbnail. You didn't get that? You still wanted to watch? You're weird. You're a weirdo. Why would you do that? I only click on things where I know every single person referenced. Yeah, Jennifer is an extremely common name. Yeah, who knows? But why do I think Elon got invited to TED dinners? Oh, I mean, like, dude or lady or whoever. From your profile picture, look, I'm guessing dude, but who knows? I mean, like, Elon is definitely, for at least fucking the year 2000s until, like, I don't know, I want to say, like, he took over Twitter. There were so many prominent Elon dick riders. I mean, even now, there are some really brainwashed people or just, like, chuds and white supremacists who are super into the guy. But for a while, like, everyone was like, yo, this guy's awesome. He's going to save the world. Oh, my God, he's got an electric car. What a genius. He's going to Mars, too. Is he the new Iron Man? Is Elon Musk going to be the one to save human race? If I really like Elon, you think he'll let me go to Mars to live when the Earth gets killed? You know, I feel like that was kind of the vibe. Because, yeah, it's very hard to see. It's such a fucking, like, this guy is one of the dumbest people. And yet for a while, he was lauded everywhere as this genius. In some ways, I'm very glad that he took over Twitter. Because it really made it obvious what a fucking moron this guy is. If you've been on Elon Musk's Twitter, you've probably seen this photo of Elon and Ghislaine Maxwell. I believe this is was this at Sergey Brin party? Oh my God, yeah. Even Lisa Simpson liked Musk. Oh, Christ. Can I find that real quick? Lisa Simpson, Musk. Let's check. Let's remind ourselves where we were. Okay. I think this one seems good.
Squawky, until I met you, I never thought I could love something bald.
That's kind of fun.
you!
Oh my god. Brace yourselves, family. We're about to meet a being with intelligence far beyond ours. Boy, give me my baseball bat.
Hello, I'm Elon Musk.
Die!
What the?
Dad, no! Elon Musk.
Great voice acting there, by the way. What the?
Hello, I'm Elon Musk.
Die!
What the?
Dad, no! Elon Musk.
Has Elon Musk never watched a cartoon? Does he not understand the scansion of how you were supposed to say what the? He's just like reading it. Oh, what the question mark? Okay. What the? The way you read it fucking bothers me so much.
Hello, I'm Elon Musk.
Die!
What the?
Dad, no! Elon Musk is possibly the greatest living inventor.
Brutal. Greatest living inventor. I feel like it went on for a little bit longer than that, but who knows? You know what? We don't need to fucking dwell on that very sad moment in comedy history. But anyway, yes, Lisa Simpson did like Elon Musk. Everybody liked Elon Musk. If there's one theme for this entire stream, it's going to be the way that like the meritocracy of the elite is the idea that the wealthy and elites of this world got there through fucking hard work and deserving and intelligence. Not the case. All of these people are fucking idiots. So here we go. We've got, what's this website? What did I do here? Okay, now we go. So we've had some stuff about Elon Musk. I think Mark, you posted this in the chat, right? So there's this article from a while ago, or from in the Discord, I mean, where it says that there's a rumor that Epstein had helped. Where was it? Let me zoom in a little bit more. Yes. I had contacted Epstein because my colleagues and I had heard a rumor that he was advising Tesla's embattled chief executive, Elon Musk, who was in trouble after announcing on Twitter that he'd lined up the funding to take Tesla private. Definitely seems like a moment where Musk would have reached out to Epstein if they were friends. Now, Mr. Musk and Tesla vehemently deny this, blah, blah, blah. Of course they do. I will say, I have always, and I didn't have proof, but I've always thought it would actually be shocking to me if Epstein and Musk never hung out. That would be so surprising to me because they are both the same guy in a way. That's a pretty intense thing to say about somebody in Epstein, but put the molestation and whatever pedophilia aside, both Epstein and Musk are guys who had manufactured their own kind of reputations as geniuses and loved to talk about science. They love to go on about, the fucking antimatter and artificial intelligence and, the way black holes work. And actually, Einstein had it a little bit wrong because, they're basically guys who watch a bunch of TED Talks and, retain one or two pieces of information and then say it in front of a group of people at a party in order to sound smart. And I say this because I am kind of like that too. I see a little bit of myself in that. When people really annoy you, it's because they sort of remind you of yourself. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just I have a little bit of self-hatred going on. But I can sort of recognize that I don't know. Yeah, I think I've had a little bit of a complex, especially as a child, of being like, I'm smart. I'm really smart. And then when you become an adult, I have still a instinct to try and to show people that I'm smart. And it sort of makes me sometimes talk like fucking young Sheldon, And I hate it. It's so annoying. But I see that fucking behavior in Musk. In the Peter Thiel biography, The Contrarian, there's a great quote where somebody who worked with Musk and Thiel talk about their relationship, and they don't really get along. They butt heads a lot. And they sort of describe it like Musk thinks Thiel is a psychopath or a sociopath, and Thiel thinks Musk is a fraud and a braggart. And Musk is, like, they're both right. Thiel is a sociopath. Musk is a fraud and a braggart. Musk lies about everything. Musk lies about how smart he is, constantly lying about like what things he did, taking credit for stuff his engineers did, taking credit for founding Tesla. He didn't found Tesla. He came on board much later, and part of his contract was, I get to call myself the founder. He lied about video games. He lied about video games. He wanted to seem smart with video games. Anyway, all this shit I'm saying about Epstein also applies, about Musk also applies to Epstein. Epstein is like this too. Epstein's not that smart, but he had this reputation of being one of the world's financial geniuses, one of the smartest people in the world when it comes to the stock market. And yet, Epstein, we now know, and this is something that maybe I should be taking more credit for. Maybe I should take a page out of Alex Jones's book, and I should pause every time I can be like, I was right. See, the Extra Chill Goblin Show, we were right. Because like I've been saying this forever, and now it's more and more confirmed with more files come out. Epstein does not seem to have really done actual financial work for anyone. And he also seems to be kind of an idiot when it came to finances. Like, I am actually an idiot. Like, I don't know anything about money. So don't take my word for it. But like, smarter people than me have been like, no, what he's saying here makes no sense. What he's doing here makes no sense. The advice he's giving is stupid. All of that, Epstein mostly was able to convince people he was smart. Anyway, I'm spending too much time on this. I got much more to go through. But all I'm saying is, I felt for a while, these guys must have been friends. They must have hung out. They were two peas in a pod. They would love, if they ever met, they would love to just swap like basic like pop science factoids, you know. And did you know that the two moons of Mars are named Phobos and Deimos after fear and panic? Isn't that crazy? I don't know. That was the smartest fact I could think of off the cuff. But anyway, but until now we didn't have proof. And then Musk, remember this? Remember this like a few months ago? When was this? 6/5. Wait, how did dates work? Fuck, I forget what month that would have been. But like pretty recently, right? Time to drop the really big bomb. Excuse me, let me try to do a Musk accent. It's time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason that they've not become public. Have a nice day, DJT. I can't do a South African voice, but I feel like I'm like 70% there to a decent Elon. This was recently, basically. This is not that long ago. This was like 6 months ago or so, 7 maybe. And now, fucking this idiot who, in a major way, reignited public interest in the Epstein case and caused there to be enough momentum for the Epstein files to be released, completely shot himself in the dick. Fucking idiot. Stupid pea-brained meatball here. So we got lots of stuff here. To the best of our knowledge, Jeffrey Epstein never tooled SpaceX. I don't know where that comes from. And this is from September. Elon Musk and Prince Andrew named in the latest Epstein files release. Elon, shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Okay, all right. Okay, Elon. Okay, so you had nothing to do with that. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused. Yet they named me even before Prince Andrew, who did visit. Oh yeah, I mean Trump shot himself in the dick too, but he did ride that to 2 presidential election victories. So I mean, like overall, I think for Trump, you gotta think it's a win. There are it turns out so much correspondence between these two guys. So let's go through it. Let's go through all the shit that we have on Epstein now. This is in 2012. It's in 2012, the same year that Jennifer Kalin and Kimbal Musk were dating. So, so this is from Epstein to Elon, November 24th, 2012. How many people will you be for the helicopter to island? Elon says, probably just Tallulah and me. What day night will you be the wildest party for your island? What day/night will be the wildest party? Like, that's when he wants to go. He wants to go to Jeffrey Epstein's island. Guys, he wants to go to Jeffrey Epstein's island only when it's the biggest party. That's what he wants. This is Elon. This is bad. This is not a good thing to say. This looks pretty bad. This is just the first one here. And Epstein goes, "You're welcome to stay or just come for the day. Plenty of room. I'll send a helicopter to get you." Elon goes, "Do you have any parties planned?" This is like a month later. "I've been working on the edge of sanity this year or so. Once my kids head home for Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for." Guys, a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. A peaceful Jeffrey Epstein Island experience. I've been working on the edge of sanity this year or so. My God. I really want to hit the party scene, St. Bart's. Okay, crazy. And then Epstein says, "Understood. I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make Tallulah uncomfortable." And by that, he means there's a lot of girls here. The girl to man ratio it might make her uncomfortable how many children I have running around. How many female children I have running around my island. And I believe there's another, I couldn't find it in time for the stream, but I believe there's another one from Elon being like, "Tallulah doesn't care. Tallulah doesn't care about the children. She doesn't care about the ratio." All right, that's 2012. Now we're zipping ahead, 2013. To Epstein from Leslie Groff. That's one of Epstein's assistants. Leslie Groff says, "Elon Musk appreciates the invitation to the ranch," that'd be Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, "but has commitments. Lunch on Monday, February 25th at 1 p.m. at SpaceX is confirmed." All right, so we're supposed to have lunch at SpaceX. Okay. Next, to Elon Musk from Leslie Groff. This is the next day. And she sends Mary Beth. This is Elon's personal assistant. So this is like Epstein's personal assistant, Leslie Groff, Elon Musk's personal assistant, Mary Beth. This is, my girl will call your girl, whatever, as my like sexist, grandpa would have said about his secretary. My girl will call your girl. We'll do lunch sometime. We'll figure it out. This is that. This is that happening. This is the girl messaging the girl. So Leslie Groff says, "Hello, Mary Beth. I have now sent you a copy of all 3 girls' passports. Sorry, someone is upside down, but I figured you will print. Jeffrey will have his ID with him." So it almost seems like this is like, shopping for women, or like, check it out, like whichever girl you want. But actually, I do think this is more innocent. It seems like in order to go to SpaceX, they need people's passport, whatever. And then Jeffrey will have his ID with him. Like, it's, here you go. This is the advanced shit going on here. Next. And this is one we looked at before where Epstein's like, what was this? I guess this is actually a couple days before this. Whoops, got this in the wrong order. Yep, sorry, got this in the wrong order here. But Epstein goes, "Did your brother tell you about Jen's pregnant joke? Will you be at TED?" And then Elon goes, "I will be speaking at TED, but not there for very long. If you'd like to talk, it would be best to do so at SpaceX Rocket Factory, which is quite close to Long Beach." I think I'm about sick of hearing myself do that voice. I think I'm going to stop. And then Epstein goes, "Great, we'll do." Okay, so they did plan to meet up. It wasn't just they were visiting SpaceX for a tour. Epstein wanted to talk to Elon. So he went. And then Epstein messages Elon Musk. Now, we need a little bit of context here, but Epstein says, "Thanks for the tour. you would have had fun at Christmas. Now remember, before, when Elon was looking to go to a wild party, I'd love to go to a wild party. That was on Christmas. I forgot to even point that out. Epstein's talking to Elon Musk like, this is December 24th, 2012. December 25th, 2012. Do you have any parties planned? That's Christmas Day, he's saying. And he, I guess, didn't end up going. And then Epstein goes, you would have had fun at Christmas. I wonder what that means. Like, I guess it means he didn't go. But he's like, what do you mean you would have had fun? What did they talk about at SpaceX? What tour did they get? Or what happened during that lunch that made Epstein think, oh, he would have had fun at my wild party on Christmas? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? And then Elon says, I see, smiley face. Very interesting. Okay, next. Okay, this one's so weird. So weird. I think this one's odd. This might be what Elon was sort of trying to say when he was like, Epstein tried to get me to go to this island and I refused. Right? This might be what he's talking about, although that isn't really what this is. So Epstein sends Elon, any plans for New York? Or possibly New Year's? But it's in September, so I think it's New York. Yeah, I think New York. Any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people coming to the House. Okay, that's the UN General Assembly, I'm guessing. And then Elon writes, this is nuts. Comes out of nowhere. Elon writes, I run and lead. I'm not going to do the South African Elon voice. I'm just going to do what this message sounds like to me. I run and lead product design and engineering for 2 complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of time. Now, I don't think that... Now, is this what Elon means? Like, he tried to get me hang out and I refused. This is like... I just think this is like, Elon is such an asshole. This is probably just how he speaks to people. But who knows? It's just weird because like all of their other stuff is like, oh, we're friends and we're both very smart. And oh, I really want to have an epic, fun time at a party. Oh yes, I'll bring Tallulah, it'll be fun. And then all of a sudden he's like, don't you know who I am? Do you have any idea how busy I am? Like it's weird. Anyway, Epstein goes, okay, I decided I wasn't going to say this word on stream, but do you think I am Arsler? Just kidding. There's no one over 25 and all very cute. Okay. So it's like, Elon's like, I don't want to hang out with a bunch of old politicians. Epstein goes, dude, what do you think I am? I'm not got a bunch of old politicians. I got a bunch of young girls, women, no one over the age of 25, all very cute. He's like, no, dude, you misunderstand. I'm not hanging out with fucking Boutros over here. I'm hanging out with like child models or whatever. And I like 25 isn't a child. I don't want to assume the worst here, even though we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. But clearly the two of them had talked about their love for younger women, right? They must have. All right, now we're moving on to the next sales section here. This is in November 2013. Epstein writes to Elon, will you come to the Caribbean this Christmas? Woody Allen with me. Thought you might enjoy. Elon says, yes. Then Elon, about what is that? Yeah, okay, like a couple weeks later, 3 weeks later or so, writes, we'll be in the BVI, British Virgin Islands, St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Epstein says, I will send helicopter for you. Elon Musk says, thanks. Okay, seems like a plan. Then, this is confusing because Epstein's responding to the same email. Is there a good time to visit? Epstein says, anytime. I will be there 28th to 20, or 20. Okay, so I guess it's December 28th. Is that right? Yeah, December 28th to January 7th. Then, yeah. Okay, then Elon messages Epstein, says, any day from the 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. Oh, sorry. No, that's wrong. That was Epstein that said that. Whoops. Any day 1st to 8th, play by ear if you want. Always space for you. Elon Musk then says, okay, probably the 1st then. So Epstein gives him a range. Elon's like, how about the 1st? Epstein goes, the 2nd or 3rd would be perfect. I will come get you. Elon goes, I need to fly back to LA on the night of the 2nd. So, and then Elon goes, well, actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island on the 2nd? Then Epstein cancels on him. Bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. I was really looking forward to finally spending some time together with just fun as the agenda. So I'm very disappointed. Hopefully we can schedule another time in the near future. Okay, so Epstein canceled on him. So this is like quite a bit different from like Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. No, that actually doesn't seem to be the case, Elon. Seems like you desperately wanted to go to a wild party on Epstein Island and he canceled on you. Like this is just a lie, right? This is just a lie. He's lying. To the best of our knowledge, he never toured SpaceX. It seems that he did. Thanks for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas. No, it seems that he did. All right. Then there's this. This is from 2014. This is a calendar invite to Jeffrey Epstein. Elon Musk to Island, December 6th. Okay. That does not mean that he went. Yeah. Elon refused that invitation. Yeah, that's true, yeah. The real thing is he tried to get Elon to go on the 1st. And then Elon refused, or the 2nd or 3rd. Yeah, he tried to get Elon to go on the 2nd or 3rd, and Elon refused until he was able to rearrange his schedule. And then he briefly refused, and then he was like, actually, I'll do anything. I'll cancel anything to be able to go to Little St. James for fucking New Year's. Yeah, lots of articles about this. Peaceful Island experiences, blah blah blah. I think we went over all this before. So now Elon, you know one thing about Elon is the guy doesn't know when to shut up. I think any PR firm in the world would have advised Elon Musk in this circumstance to stop posting. Do not say words. You do not look good right now. Stop. That's not what Elon did. Elon has been posting a lot. Elon's been posting through it, as they say. Posting through it. Let me start at the bottom here. I couldn't find this post, but I could find Elon retweeting another person who had screenshotted it and put a cringe-ass photo of Elon in the background. So Elon says, no one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express. Bro, you posted this on January 31st? We saw. We have the emails. We know this isn't true. Was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used by... Misinterpreted, bro. It's not ambiguous. You are asking to go to the Epstein's Island for the wild... You're specifically asking to go to the wildest parties. Misinterpreted, used by detractors to smear my name. I don't care about that, but what I do care about is that we at least attempt to prosecute those who committed serious crimes with Epstein, especially regarding the heinous exploitation of underage girls. And then this fucking person. History will remember that it was Elon who fought the hardest to get the Epstein files released. Yeah, he didn't think it was going to happen. History will remember. This is when the world was like, oh, wait, maybe billionaires aren't geniuses after all. Maybe Elon Musk is like one of the dumbest people I am aware of as a human being. Yeah, the photo of Elon, it's like, this is not a fucking epic quote. Like, I don't know what you think you did here. But anyway, Elon retweeted this. Legacy media lies relentlessly. Screenshot of a bunch of articles that are all true, by the way. At least the headlines. I haven't read the articles, but Business Insider. Elon Musk discussed plans to party with Jeffrey Epstein on his Caribbean island. Newly released emails show. Yeah, that's true. Why does it have the lies stamp on it? Elon Musk had more extensive ties to Epstein than previously known, emails show. Lies. No, that's true. Who's got the lies stamp here? Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Howard Lutnick face new scrutiny over Epstein ties. Lies. How is that a lie? Even if you think the other ones, it's a lie that they're facing new scrutiny? The Epstein files show Elon Musk apparently discussed plans to visit Sex Offenders Island, host him at SpaceX. Lies. No, they do. I'm sorry. They do. These are all fucking FBI documents. They have the numbers in the bottom. They are real. You don't get to say they're lies. I'm sorry, Elon. I know this is a hard time for you. But he retweets it. Legacy media lies relentlessly. You lie relentlessly. You lie. J'accuse. You lumbering buffoon. You idiot. Fucking rube. Elon, you boorish rube. Oh, wait, why did it do this? No, have I been on the wrong thing this whole time? No, I haven't. That must have just happened. I don't know what that was. Anyway, Elon's dumb. More evidence. Nobody's fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files and prosecutions for those who abused children. I'll talk normally. More than I did. Knowing full well that the legacy media, far-left propagandists, and those who are actually guilty would, 1, admit nothing. That's what Elon did. 2, deny everything. That's what Elon is doing. 3, make counter-accusations against me. Elon calls everyone a pedophile. Remember when he called that fucking Thai dude that rescued the kids in the cave a pedo guy? Like, literally, he's like, people who are actually guilty would do these 3 things that I do all the time. Bro, the self-awareness gene, skips a generation. This fucking idiot. Oh my God. I knew that I would be smeared relentlessly despite never having attended the parties or been on the Lolita Express plane or set foot on his creepy island for anything at all. Dude, and this was posted like an hour ago. Like, this is recent. This is not a old post I dug up. This is from today. He's still saying this shit. What the fuck? Yeah, he's getting advice from a chat bot. Yeah, is this Grok? Is this a PR team of Grok and Grok? Grok and Sons? What the hell is this? So weird. Nonetheless, the extreme pain of being accused of being the opposite of who I am was worth it. The strong must protect those who cannot protect themselves. You know, he thought this sounded so fire. He's writing it. He's like, I sound cool. I sound like a real man. The strong must protect the vulnerable, those who cannot protect themselves, especially vulnerable children. I will gladly accept any amount of future pain to do more to protect kids and give them a chance to grow up and have happy lives. So many people do this. You had a connection to Epstein. Okay. People found out about it. Bad. That's bad. You should have been upfront about it before. But don't lie more. Don't lie about shit that we already know. Like, this is worse than like what Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Well, no, Donald Trump does the same thing, but Bill Clinton will lie, but he'll also keep track of where the narrative is. Like, he'll be like, I never went to his island. I never did this. I never did that. And then the more stuff comes out, he'll be like, okay, I did that, but I didn't do this. And it's just like, this is even more than that. This is just fully denying shit, telling you to not believe your own lying eyes. It's so fucking stupid. We are being ruled by the cringiest losers ever. I mean, honestly, like, it's hard to imagine anyone cringer than Elon Musk. You know, and I don't like rich people. I think it's cringe to be rich. But even aside from that, this guy is such a fucking loser. Like, if this is like God, like, I just want to fucking bully this guy. I'm not, listen, my high school experience was not fun, okay? I don't know. It was okay. It wasn't that bad. I got bullied a little bit, though. I got bullied a little bit in my years. I'm not a fan of bullies. I'm not like this. Usually I'm okay with people who are cringe. But with Elon, it's just like, oh, God. highly enriched weapons grade cringe. This is not your average cringe. It's the most impressive thing about this dude. Now, I don't know. It does genuinely seem like the thing that protected Elon from going to these island orgies and whatever is that he was too clueless and annoying to realize he kept getting blown off. That actually does seem to be the case. Elon would have loved to have been there, but maybe the other pedophiles were like, no, this guy's kind of weird. Let's not, no, I don't. I'll go to SpaceX and whatever, and he is rich, and like maybe we can connect him with some stuff, but like, you know, it's very, yeah. The only thing richer than Elon is the idea that he denied hanging. Epstein was trying to get him to hang out, and he denied it. That's the only thing richer than Elon. That doesn't even be the case. One other thing, though, like I've had fucking my own thoughts about Elon and Epstein for a long ass time. Here's something weird, okay? This is from Business Insider, noted leftist Bolshevik rag, Business Insider, about a series of sexual harassment lawsuits against Elon Musk, starting with a SpaceX flight attendant who said Elon Musk exposed himself and propositioned her for sex. Now, already, bells should be ringing about how this is kind of similar to Epstein's thing. He had flight attendants. He'd give them like flight attendant uniforms for the Lolita Express, a plane that Elon claims he never rode on. But it actually gets even more direct. The whole thing was, where does it? So this took place in 2016. This is after all those correspondence we read. On one of Musk's private jets, on a Gulfstream, same type of jet that Epstein had, one of his jets. The attendant confided to her friend, after taking the flight attendant job, she was encouraged to get licensed as a masseuse so that she could give Musk massages. Now, I just want to point out, that is exactly the MO that Epstein would do. He'd be like, oh, you should come over and give me massages. You should get licensed. You should go to massage lessons. Then you can come and massage me and I'll pay you for the massages. It was during one such massage in a private cabin on Musk's Gulfstream, whatever, she told a friend that Musk propositioned her. Excuse me. And then this part is weird. So the flight attendant told her friend that billionaire SpaceX Tesla founder asked her to come to his room during a flight late 2016 for a full body massage. Exactly like Epstein does. When she arrived, the attendant found that Musk was completely naked except for a sheet covering the lower half of his body. Exactly what Epstein does, like verbatim. Like there are so many victim statements exactly like this. During the massage, the declaration says Musk exposed his genitals, then touched her. Now this part is where it veers off from Epstein's MO. Then touched her and offered to buy her a horse if she would do more. That's where we leave Epstein Universe and we take our fucking SpaceX Express over to Musk World. Touched her and offered to buy her a horse if she would do more, referring to the performance of sex acts. I don't recall Epstein ever pulling the horse move. I think that was an Elon Musk original. Yeah. To be honest, I think that, so from Mark, I think the whole massage thing is big among predators in general. It's inherently easy for predators to turn massage sexual. A ton of people have been caught bringing creeps during massages. Yeah, totally true. I will say the thing that I like more than the massage, whatever, he was naked, then she didn't know it was going to be that kind of massage, and then he made it that one. I'm certain there are a ton of rich guys and guys in general that just do that. But what makes it more suspicious to me is that it wasn't just, we're not just talking about like, oh, he pulled the massage bait and switch, turned it erotic. It's that he was like, oh, she was hired as a flight attendant. And then he was like, oh, you should massage me. You should get a massage certificate. You should go take massage training. Like that was Epstein's move. Like, yeah, you can pull the massage thing. You can do if that's how you want to sexually assault people, you can pull that move by just hiring a masseuse. But with Epstein, he was like, I'm going to hire that girl and I'm going to get her to massage me. Oh, I don't know anything about massage. That's okay. You can learn. And then come and I'll pay you. Like, that's the weird part to me. Anyway. Yeah, he can't even be a creep without ripping someone off. Yeah. This is what you call fucking pedophile plagiarism, right? I guess in this case a woman is not underage, but whatever. Sexual assault plagiarism. Yeah, gang. The Musks, the brothers Musk. We learned so much about them this week. And I've seen a lot of people kind of commenting on them and what they've been doing and what they're up to and stuff, but like I haven't seen anyone put it together like this. So hopefully that was helpful, because it really is insane how dumb these guys are. At least Elon. I honestly don't know much about Kimbal's intelligence, but he does wear a cowboy hat a lot. So how dumb could he really be? I thought horses was Elon somehow. Yeah. Horses definitely was his thing. Yeah, horses canceled. Took inspiration from his cow. Oh, that's true. Yo, I bet you that is a fucking Kimbal move. I'll buy you a horse. Oh boy. Yeah, it does seem like Elon doesn't have sex at all, right? He literally like males women as cum. Artificially inseminates like Twitter girls that he likes. I think people seem even more dumb when they try to appear smart when they aren't. And I have heard this too. I remember like I think TrueAnon, right, had a one of their like tip line podcasts from way back in the day. Somebody was like, Elon Musk has a robot dick and it doesn't work. Like he had something. I don't know if his dick was injured or broken or something, and he decided to like get like a cyborg dick and then that malfunctioned, or if he had a perfectly working dick and then he was like, oh, but I'd like to try to be a robot, whatever. It'd be like Evangelion but with my dick. I'd like to try to be are you familiar with Bender, funny robot from Futurama? I'd like to if my dick could be like that, please. I'm actually the inventor of the robot dick. I'm the founder of the Tesla SpaceX robot dick. Dick X. Dicks with an X. Spelled with an X. Spelled with 3 X's in a row. X. Cool. No, cool letter. Who knows? Botched implant. So is it supposed to be that like he is it supposed to be that his dick worked fine and he wanted an implant? Like an implant to do what? To make it bigger? Or what is it, like a dick implant? Like a silicone? Like those guys that get like the fucking fake muscles and shit? His brother seems like a regular weirdo. I'm pretty sure this guy's like very strange. He's on the board of Burning Man. He's on the fucking Burning Man board. Yeah, his brother is much more low key. In fact, now I think his brother is mainly, even though he's on the board of Burning Man and the board of what's the other one? SpaceX and like some other shit. He's on all these things. He's not like the CEO or anything, but he's on the board, which is a very important position to be in. But he does that, but he mostly focuses on the restaurant business. Like he runs a fucking restaurant, I think in Texas. Let's double check that. Let's double check it. Kimbal Musk. Kimbal Musk restaurant. Yeah, farm to table restaurant empire. Yeah, he's got he co-owns the Kitchen Restaurant Group. Look at this. Businessman and restaurateur, Wikipedia. Restaurants in Colorado, Chicago, and Austin. What are these restaurants? He's also on the board of Tesla. Burning Man. He was on the board of Chipotle, Mexican Grill. Zip2. Was that the thing that became... Oh, it's not the thing that became PayPal. It's another thing I didn't even know about. An online city guide software to newspapers. Okay. Sorry, I should have actually done my research on this. I was just going off the top of my head. But no, I want to know about the restaurant stuff. Business career. Kitchen community. What is this? I mean, this seems fine. It's a little multi-drone. Okay, I don't know. What the fuck is the kitchen community? Big Green. Garden Green? Oh, okay. But wait, what are the restaurants? I want to know what the restaurants are. Okay, it's fancy. Oh, it's called The Kitchen. Oh. Really? Can you do that? Frick off. I'm not going to disable my ad blocker. Not on your life. Yeah, he's not allowed to be mad about me making fun of him. If he's on the board of Burning Man, he can't get mad if I burn him as a man. Kitchen, the kitchen, the ground floor of the Marietta in, what is this? Massachusetts Avenue in Alabama and Vermont streets. Where is that? That sounds like 3 states. Indy Star. What does that mean? Oh, God, it's so annoying. Indiana? Indianapolis. Okay. All right. Kitchen community. Okay, whatever. You know what? I've lost interest. I don't care. I don't think I'm going to end up at one of these. They look too fancy for me anyways. And I don't live in any of those towns. But yeah, Kimbal Musk, Jennifer Kalin, Elon Musk, Jeffrey Epstein. Turns out there's a lot of shit that we didn't know. All right, gang. That is the first thing I wanted to talk about the files. But I got more. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do the thing. So, Stephen K. Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. Did you know that they made a movie? They did. They made a movie, and it's pretty crazy. And we've known about this movie for a while because in 2021, Bannon gifted us, he blessed us with this trailer. Here we go.
Next month marks 2 years since the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein inside a New York City jail.
We were underage. We were little girls. By the time I was 16, I brought him up to 75 girls.
But he was glib, and he lived essentially like he was Gatsby. He was an absolutely terrifying person to encounter.
You own an island, right?
Thank you very much.
Two islands, the islands of Dr. Moreau.
Correct.
Jeffrey Epstein was a billionaire New York businessman whose vast wealth brought an arrogance that knew no limits. He acted as if he could have anything he craved.
Reporting the FBI is now looking into how it can interview Britain's Prince Andrew over his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
I made my living from old thinking, but the future is for the way women think.
The way women think.
That's correct.
Is that not a sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? And your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
No, I've always believed that women would in fact be able to take over. I'm a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up.
Federal prosecutors said yesterday video.
I gotta say, I hate this trailer. It's so poorly done. 90% of it is just news clips, and there's like 2 or 3 shots of Epstein. But we don't really get
video of Epstein's jail cell when he made his.
Also, the audio is so repetitive. Bang, bong, bang, bong, bang, bong.
First suicide attempt no longer exists.
And Jeffrey Edward Epstein.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
Epstein got away with his crimes because nearly every element of society allowed him to get away with them.
This morning, we're learning new details of the exact cause of death of former registered sex offender and financier Jeffrey Epstein.
The greatest threat to people put in solitary confinement is they try to kill themselves. Imagine that. You're only in a room for 24 hours, you start to go crazy.
All right. Peep that title. The Monsters. Epstein's life among the global elite. Crazy. Oh, okay. But that's what's called. That's the trailer. That is a little bit weird, right? A little bit weird. It definitely seems like Bannon doesn't like Jeffrey Epstein, but as much of the world found out from the Epstein files, and as the real Ep heads knew from way back in the day, from shit Michael Wolff said, actually Epstein and Bannon were very, very close friends for a long time. I have this website about the Epstein estate documents that for some things, especially texts, I find a lot better than Gmail. It gives you like this sort of like iMessage sort of format that you can kind of tell who's talking from the colors and whatever. It's just like so easy to read. But there are so many conversations between Epstein and Bannon. And Bannon's name's redacted. Like we couldn't tell it was him, but just from what they're talking about, it'll be like Epstein will be like, "Oh, I loved your movie Trump at War." And that's like a Bannon documentary. Or he'll talk about like, "Oh, I saw you on TV like tonight," or whatever. "Oh, I saw you doing this." And it's like, "Oh, that's Bannon." So Bannon and Epstein, great friends. And I have been fucking harping on this for a while. This is like something that it's on my wish list for Epstein releases. If you watched the stream, you may have heard me talk about this before. We got it. We got some of it anyway. We've got 2 hours
Before we get into the deep side
of interviews between Epstein and Bannon. 2 whole hours. And so I watched I watched all this. There's some stuff I want to talk about, but I want to give you guys a little bit of context here by going over some of their texts. So Epstein and Bannon, they talk a lot. And Bannon, I think maybe kind of like red-pilled Epstein a little bit, because Epstein used to be sort of like a liberal politically, but towards the end of his life, he got a lot more right-wing, I think, like overtly. And I think partly that was Epstein, that was Bannon's influence on Epstein post-2017. So this is 2018, and Bannon is like talking about all these Miami Herald articles that are coming out from Julie K. Brown that are like this really in-depth investigative journalism about Epstein's crimes. And we'll get to that. There is supposed to be more. This isn't the whole thing. But and Bannon's like assuring Epstein, dude, this is an op. These are all lies about you, and we're gonna prove it. We're gonna prove it wrong. Here's their text back and forth. Bannon texts Epstein, "Where are we today on all this?" He texts him back another Miami Herald article, "Considering op-ed by Ken Starr and or Dershowitz." I gotta start now that we have so much of Epstein talking. I would like to get an Epstein impression going, but I don't have it quite yet. He drops his R's a lot. He's like, "Ken Starr and or Dershowitz, considering a law review article, an independent inquiry into the fact that this penalty was for prostitution and the harshest ever meted out. I've been asked, what can I give them on Donald Trump? Thoughts are, little to do while the incoming is so heavy, but we'll hire PR and have to think with group on way forward." No way can I keep that up. Okay. The local prosecutor called, said your punishment... So Epstein says, "The local prosecutor called me. He said my punishment was miles above anyone similarly situated, as their sex prosecutor that actually interviewed the girls said there were no real victims, only prostitutes." Ugh. It's like, these were children, bro. Just like 14-year-olds. And then he goes, "Thoughts? Documentary? Interview?" As you said, this is part of a political wave, so few have relevant experience. It is not Moonves. What the fuck is Moonves? It is not Moonves getting blowjobs on a transactional basis. New York Times. Moonves? I have no idea what that was supposed to be. But like, yeah. So like Epstein's got all these connections, right? He's got people in the PR world. He's got people in politics. He's got people everywhere. But Bannon's the guy that does like ops. Bannon does like psyops. Bannon like controls the masses. Bannon has this fucking flood the zone with shit. He has this strategy. Bannon got Trump elected. Bannon's the one guy that can help Epstein, and he happens to be good friends with Epstein. So he goes, thoughts, documentary, interview? Bannon goes, how many of the girls would agree to be filmed? Maybe I can do a voice for Bannon. How many of the girls would agree to be filmed? Would the institutes you founded, the work you've done, would they be on film? The institute scientists, definitely. The girls can be forced to testify on video. I'll explain face to face if they need encouragement. So interesting. Some Dems think, and this is funny how he talks to Bannon here, some Dems think I'm their silver bullet. Some Republicans with the same view prefer I not be a credible witness. Can't win. 0. I think that's a typo there. But it's just like, it kind of sums it up. He's like, I have shit on Trump, but Democrats are worried because they think I'm like, I could kill them. Like I'm their silver bullet. And both sides know I could be harmful to the other side or whatever. Bannon says, besides curing breast cancer, which is like a very generous way of talking about something that Epstein funded that had led to a development and whatever. What about establishing the major center for human trafficking, teenage prostitution, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Global problem needs to be solved. I don't really know. Like, did Epstein do that? I don't know. Did Epstein establish the major center for human trafficking? I don't know about that. Maybe. Seems like he must have, if that's what Bannon's saying. Oh, that's the actual thing? Oh, yo, what's this? Les Moonves. Oh, that's a guy. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Hang on. Yeah, no, we can take a look at this. One sec. What was the Les Moonves thing again? Where did he say that? Oh, that's it. Oh, geez. I hear it's not Moonves getting BJs on a transactional basis. Okay, so he's like, I'm not like Moonves. I'm different. Don't compare me to that guy. Moonves voiced support for the Me Too movement against sexual harassment in the workplace, even describing it as a watershed moment. Founding member of the Commission on Sexual Harassment and Advancing Equality in the Workplace. Okay. Then Ronan Farrell published an article saying 6 movement. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So that's what he's like. That's what he's doing there. Gotcha. Moonves. Party of Davos. Yeah. We're getting that. Yeah, the Center for? That doesn't sound good. But I'm guessing it was some kind of thing where, because Epstein goes, the PR guys think that may be seen as an attempt to buy my way out. That's what the party of Davos would do. Oh, sorry, got to show my obsidian. That's what the party of Davos would do. Like Schrodinger's cat. I'm both male deplorable and an elite at the same time until someone opens the box. Now that doesn't really make sense, but it's sort of like, it's such a this is like a fucking sub Alex Jones level of looking at elites. He's like, what am I? I have to be either a rich, like elite, or I could be a male a deplorable man. It's like, what the fuck you talking? You can be both. What do you mean? I guess like, do people think of when like the Hillary Clinton like deplorables line? Basket of deplorables, was the assumption that all these deplorable people were like poor, like hillbilly racists or something like that. I mean, I guess that's what he's saying, but he's like, oh, people think I'm poor, like one of those backwoods racists and an elite at the same. No, you're a male deplorable and you're a elite. Like those are not mutually exclusive at all. And he's trying to be smart with his Schrodinger's cat bullshit. There's so much you'll see of his pseudo-intellectualism in the interview. Bannon goes, just concepts now, not turning this around this cycle. Mid and long game. Look at the Federalist Society. You can't buy your way out, unbuyable. You can work your way out. Seems like he's really gassing him up here, you know. He's pissing in his pocket, but like, this is 2018. 2018, yeah. This is 2018. Like, articles about Epstein are coming out. Like, there's no way he would have been able to redeem his image. But Bannon seemed to think it was possible. I mean, who knows? If things had gone differently, maybe we'd be living in a world where Epstein was like an Andrew Tate type with a very high performing like TikTok account giving dating advice. So he's like, okay, we're going to do a documentary. Spoke to Chomsky. He's all in. What about Maxwell? Not sure. She has a boyfriend. So what? He's a tad jealous, just a tad. Does Woody get a cameo? Not a cameo. Main battery. Don't know what that means. And then, okay, so here's what I really want. This is the important thing. This is Bannon describing the film he wants to make. He's describing the film he wants to make. The film is 3 interwoven stories. Number 1, the events of global capital markets geopolitics from the 1980s to today. Number 2, the drive of science to work through a basic understanding of the workings of man's immortality. The fuck does that mean? Man isn't immortal? What do you mean, the basic understanding of the word? The fuck? Okay, anyway. And number 3, the depravity of elite society and the decline of the West, as told through the story of you, Jeffrey Epstein. You will be the one to tell the story of the decline of the West and the depravity of elites. But also we'll talk about how good you are. So I guess the goal of this movie was for Epstein to be like, oh, hey, everybody, I'm Jeffrey Epstein, and shucks, I'm just a plucky guy from Coney Island who dreamed of making it to the big time. And then I found my way to the elites, and it turned out they were really bad, and they're shutting down the fucking Western society. And also, science is cool. Did you know that inertia is a property of matter? The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Whoa. Neato. And what was the third thing? Oh, and let's talk about global capital markets, the movement, geopolitics from 1980 till today. So he wanted to make Epstein like the misunderstood, well-meaning young man, whatever. That's what the thing was. Now, we all watched the fucking trailer. That does not seem what this is about. This seemed like we've got footage of Epstein, but you can see some remnants of it. The monsters, Epstein's life among the global elite, right? Like that title, that's the title I would have gone with if I was going to make the insane movie that Bannon was pitching to Epstein there. The Epstein like redemption arc. Yeah, these elites I sold children to were really depraved. It's like, oh my God, like I am trafficking children, but these guys are like causing the downfall of Western civilization. So weird. I mean, yeah. I guess like a lot of billionaires do get into like the immortality thing, but that seems like too narrow of a topic for this documentary. I don't know, but yeah, that would make sense. There are like the Brian Johnson, is that his name? Those types of billionaires who are like, I want to live forever. Like Walt Disney. Yeah, as you point out. Well, they talk about immortalists, odd projects like Disney, Frozen in Ice or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so because they never talk about that again. But so this is like a Bannon like fascist like the West is Rome has fallen. Like when he sees like a trans person or whatever, like that was what this was going to be. It was going to be like, we're going to use Epstein to show, God, like fucking, I wish he'd finished this movie. Cause like everyone would have hated it. This would have been the worst documentary of all time. This would have been like The Room of documentaries. You know what I mean? Like it would have been, like every part of it would have backfired. Every individual part of it. I mean, I don't know. I say that now. I don't necessarily even want to check in on the alternate universe where this documentary did get made, because who fucking knows? Maybe if this would have actually succeeded. So he goes, this is the story. We're going to like whitewash your image and we're going to make the elites sound bad because you're just Epstein among the global elites. We're going to show how evil they are. And then Epstein goes, does it have a happy ending, so to speak? James Watson, all in. He said to hurry before he dies. I gotta I'm trying to do like a I don't know, New York Jewish kind of accent. And I can't really do it. I can't really nail it. I gotta like watch some Woody Allen clips or something. How old is James Watts? These are people he's giving him. He's like, hey, here's another person I want you to interview for my documentary. How old is he? I can film in 10 days. 90. He has a long association with you. Woody, 83. You can interview Gloria Minsky, Marvin's widow. Great. Marvin and I, 20 years. He died last year. Father of artificial intelligence. Yes. Legend. Terhay Lawson. Of course. He's in London when you are. CNN reporting Bill Barr. And this is something different, I think, the Bill Barr thing. Where do we stand on our film? Gloria's a smart woman. Tucson, correct? Can we film you at the ranch in New Mexico? And then this part, I think, is just him. He's watching Bill Barr news and he's just texting him about it. Bill Barr is a disaster for the agenda. One of the weirder Bannon texts, this one I can't figure out because I would have thought Bill Barr being like an Opus Dei guy and Bannon being a part of this kind of like Catholic, like nationalist, Christo-fascist movement would be on the same page as Bill Barr, but Barr is a disaster for the agenda. I mean, is he talking about interviewing Barr for the movie or is he talking about Barr being named Attorney General? I don't know. I find that interesting. I would have expected those two to be in sync. Anyway, this is much later. Like this was all like over 1 or 2 days, what we've read so far. Like I said, they texted a lot. And then this is much later. If you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. So Epstein says, Woody Allen said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight. Tomorrow, the juxtaposition of Michael Cohen testifying while Trump is with Kim is wild. Changing the topic there. Should it be an interview format? Interviewed by or just me speaking to the camera? Humor? Apology? How did I get rich? Topics? One of the most important facts for the public seems to be that the girls used the agreement to get money and only after then tried to have it voided. So he's like giving him some suggestions. All right, so there's them talking about like setting up the interview. Let's watch a little bit of the interview. Let's watch a little bit of the interview itself. Now, we've got 2 hours. This is what we've got. This is from Dropsite. But it's been uploaded by a bunch of different people. This is from Dropsite. It's a 2-hour interview, and let me show you this. So this is the first half.
Let's just talk.
So he's wearing this kind of crisp, like, starched white shirt and glasses. And then halfway through, it switches to a different location. Is it a different location or is it the same? It looks very similar if it's different. Hang on. I think it's the same location. Now, I believe this is the New Mexico ranch. That's where they said that they were going to film it. And I could be wrong, but I don't recognize the background. Right? I believe this is the New York ranch. Yeah. So here's where he switches to the black shirt. Now, this is, so there's 2 clips there. And also check out his beard, right? He doesn't have a beard. He doesn't have any stubble in either of these. Now, when we look at the trailer that we watched before, Epstein's Life Among the Global Elite. Look at Epstein on this. Beard, blue shirt. All right, blue shirt. Oh, and also now I do recognize this. Oh, wait. Okay, so this is Epstein's office because I recognize that shape on the, if you can see on that kind of circle shape on the door behind him, that panel, that wood panel there. This is definitely his office. Oh yes, it totally is his office. Okay, I missed this before. So yeah, it's his office in his New York mansion, and I just saw, there it is. Look, the telltale tiger. See that? But on the bottom left side of the screen, when it does the reverse shot to Bannon, you can see his little tiger kind of poking up above the thing like that. Like, yeah, that's Epstein's office. And we got Bannon in the shot here. Yeah, I thought it was New Mexico, but I guess not. No, I guess they did shoot all of the interviews, it looks like, in the thing. But then there's this part here at the end, this part. Same location, it looks like. Another shirt, right? Is that a blue shirt? That looks like a blue shirt to me. Because the shirt up here is like crisp white. He's got the thick rimmed glasses. Yeah. So there's at least 2 other interviews that we're not seeing. And also I'll point out. So let's just watch the beginning, the very opening.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
So isn't that interesting? Because Bannon is setting it up, and this is how most documentaries are made. And when you're making a documentary, it's kind of difficult because when you're interviewing somebody, like human beings are really bad at like thinking ahead, like, oh, how is this going to play in the edit, right? Like when Bannon's interviewing Epstein, he's asking him questions. He's like, tell me about this part of your life or whatever. And Bannon isn't very good at it either. He's asking him questions and he's responding to the question. Like there's a more skillful way to do it. But what you should do if you're being interviewed like this is to rephrase the question in your answer so that, because documentaries don't like to have the documentary director or the interviewer's voice in the documentary. Well, I mean, some of them like to have that, but like a lot of them don't. But most people will treat it as a conversation. So sometimes you got to interrupt and be like, could you say that again? But, in your answer, like incorporate the question. Because I want to cut it out. Like if I'm like, so where were you born? And Epstein's like, Coney Island. Like he's got to say, I was born in Coney Island. So you got to be like, say that again, but you got to like, we're not going to use my voice. So there's Bennett saying that, right? But then I must point out, in this clip, in this version, where is it? Yep. Look, I'm not going to be in the shot. You're not going to hear my voice. He's in the shot. Look, you see him? See that little tuft of white hair there on the side?
The way women think. That's correct. Is that not a sop because of...
and he's got a reverse angle. He's got a reverse angle of himself.
Of all the depravity you've done against young women, and your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
No, I've always believed that women...
Anyway, so... something happened, right? There's some developments. It did become the intention of how they filmed it changed. At some point he's like, actually, you know what? I am going to put myself in this, which is also crazy. Like that's also nuts. He's like, I want people to know that I was the one sitting in here whitewashing your image. That's like how can this guy have a career after this? How can Bannon continue to do what he does? People are still going to like him? Like this guy was fucking carrying water for the worst pedophile we've ever known of as a society. Anyway, okay. So that's nuts. Just going to skip ahead here. And I will say as well, I had heard that this whole thing was before we watch the video, I'll sort of tell you why I'm sort of just disappointed here. I had heard that this wasn't for a documentary. He always said it was for a documentary. The 15 hours of footage Bannon shot with Jeffrey Epstein were reportedly training for a 60-minute style redemption tour that never happened, paid for by Epstein himself. Excuse me. So, according to Michael Wolff, where is it? The setup looks like a documentary shoot. Oh, hang on. Looks like a documentary shoot. Oh, God, why is it doing this? Okay, Obsidian. Chill out. Cool your jets. Looked like a documentary shoot, small crew, professional lighting with Bannon lobbing tough prosecutorial questions from off camera. They were a kind of debate prep designed to get Epstein ready for an image-changing sit-down interview with a news outlet like 60 Minutes, with Bannon playing the part of Mike Wallace. But Epstein, the Hollywood Reporter has learned, may have footed the bill for it all, throwing ownership of the footage into question. The interview never took place. Some PR rehabs are just too daunting. But for months now, Bannon has been publicly promoting that footage of his erstwhile friend, 12 to 15 hours by his own count, as the foundation of a planned docuseries working title, The Monster. Actually, no, it's called Monsters. Epstein among the elites. He's pitching it as journalism, a raw look inside Epstein's pathology. In fact, those tapings seem to have been far from journalistics. According to author Michael Wolff, who was there for the first taping and reviewed transcripts of others, and who first revealed the existence of these tapes in his 2021 book, Too Famous, the point wasn't exposure, it was spin. There's no question the tapes were media training, he tells THR, and there's no possible way Epstein would have signed off on them being used in a documentary. So, I guess this all goes to show you can't trust Michael Wolff. Like, Michael Wolff is not a honest actor here. And like, fuck, it's hard because, I don't know, Michael Wolff has told us a lot of shit about Epstein that has turned out to be true. This seems to be, at least from what I'm seeing from the text and from the video, it seems to be completely, I don't know where he got this. I don't know where he got any of this. There's one more funny thing here. This is from Michael Wolff, but this one does actually seem to be the case. Where is it? So this is apparently some advice that Bannon gave Epstein about how he was coming off on camera. Bannon advised Epstein to look directly into the camera occasionally, not to share his racist theories on how black people learn, and stick to his main message that he was not a pedophile. He quotes Bannon's feedback to Epstein. You're engaging, you're not threatening, you're natural, you're friendly, you don't look at all creepy, you're a sympathetic figure. Wow, yeah, just all lies. Lying to Epstein's face. Some friend he is. Anyway, so now we've gone over that. This is not that. This is why I really wanted it, because I thought it was like, you need to be prepared for when they ask you the big questions. And I thought maybe we'd get footage of Epstein thinking like, well, this will never be used for anything, so I'll just say whatever I want. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I did do it, but I'm obviously not going to say that to like 60 Minutes. No, it is much lamer than that. This is footage from this stupid fucking image rehabilitation documentary that Bannon was making for Epstein that was also going to be about how, I don't know, the liberal elite is turning your kids gay or something like that. Anyway, let's continue. Let's finally watch this. So this is where we see a little bit, this part here is where we see a little bit of Bannon trying to work in this like elite thing, this kind of like fascist conspiracy version of the reality of the situation, of that there are elites. There is a class of people, a cohesive class of people who exert their control over politics through various, points of leverage. This is Bannon trying to get Epstein to paint a picture of the delusional Nazi version of that. Anyway, we'll start here. He's asking him about how Epstein managed to get on the board of the Rockefeller Foundation when he was like, I think 30.
We need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most,
how did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
A schmuck like you. So he's trying to paint Epstein. Epstein's not an elite. He's just a fucking, he's got the American dream. He's coming from Coney Island and he decided to take on the world. How did a schmuck like you get up all the way to the Rockefeller, whatever?
I don't remember. I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get...
Yeah, Goblin Queen's like, what kind of affirmations do you think Epstein told Bannon? Like, in exchange for like, you don't look creepy, you're not a pedophile, you're great, people like you. Like, if Epstein did that to Bannon, it'd be like, you're handsome, you're a good person, you're going to heaven. We're both going to heaven.
On the board of Rock, a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place. How do they pick a guy like you, a traitor from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
It just doesn't, this fucking worldview falls apart because it's obviously self-serving. He's like, a guy like you, you're just some guy from Bear Stearns. He's a partner at Bear. In 89, he was, this is like so fucking ahistorical. Like, Epstein was a partner at Bear Stearns, and he started doing all this weird fucking, like, who knows, arms dealing. Apparently he was like a financial bounty hunter working with the elites like all through the 80s. And then in 89, he joins Rockefeller. How did a guy like you? It's like, no, that's who joins that kind of thing, man.
Good question. So I was asked to
It's
be on
so weird because he's trying to have it both ways. I guess because he's genuinely friends with Epstein, but he really could have been like, Epstein is the like evil elite billionaire, wealthy Jewish pedophile that you all hate. But he tried to also like, he tried to make the Gun documentary kind to Epstein. It's so stupid. Anyway, that's what he's trying to do here.
Board of Rockefeller, and I think it was right. I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise.
This is interesting, though. Like, this part actually is a little bit insightful to Epstein's method, how Epstein was able to get in places.
Because the university is growing, and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s, or sort of early...
Oh, man, Epstein has such bad ADHD. God. It's what I feel like I'm watching a Chill Goblin stream, how often he jumps around topic to topic. I'm going to jump ahead here where he talks about the joining the Trilateral Commission.
Nation of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission...
And the Trilateral Commission, he sort of looks at Bannon, he's like, I know your guys are going to love this part. The Trilateral Commission has been talked about as, you know, a conspiratorial organization for decades, like at least to the John Birch Society, right? I think. I don't know. I know I read about the Trilateral Commission in the book Behold a Pale Horse from the 90s. But I think it goes back way further than that, too.
Some spooky stuff. People said it was something, the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries...
Yeah. The original question was the Santa Fe Institute. Then he yapped for 5 minutes and was like, back to the Santa Fe Institution question. Yeah, he can't stick to the topic.
The politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore.
Someone's there for 4 years. See, like, when I do it too intense, when I do Epstein's voice. Because I feel like now people might start to know what he sounds like. So I want to get an impression going, but I don't know. I could just, I don't know, whatever.
Anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents.
Okay, July 1973. Okay, so yeah. I guess that would have been... I'm trying to remember if it was... that John Birch Society guy who wrote... what's it called? None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I believe he did talk about Trilateral Commission in there. New Yorker.
So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission?
Now here's Epstein about to tell a joke, and you can tell this is something he's told, like a joke he's told a lot at parties.
I was 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker.
He's naming liberals, like Bill Clinton, whatever.
Every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long...
Okay, so it wouldn't have been that one. Okay, never mind.
Description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny. Nobody else did.
Let me just pause it there so we can enjoy Epstein's horrifying smile. Epstein, you don't look creepy. Your smile's normal. Those glasses look cool. Yes, Dizzle Bacon. He's got the evil version of Bernie's accent. Yeah, it's so true.
So in answer to your question, at that time I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really...
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit here. Now here's an interesting question from Bannon.
Thinking. Its numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on the Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate?
So he's like, that's an interesting question, actually. Like he's sort of like trying to hint at like, how did Epstein enter this world? Because he actually did know about money, and none of these elite people do.
Economically illiterate.
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a
finance. Who says it like that? Finance. I work in finance.
Background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries.
Yo, me too. His voices sound so different than what I thought.
For example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor.
What?
The knowledge of money isn't, they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems, their expertise.
Okay, that's enough of that. Here we go.
Next question.
But how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only
like the Trilateral Commission is a very like big whatever position to be on, but it's sort of like when we look at like Domhoff's work, it's not the most powerful board you can be on. It's just that's specifically a group that is really fixated on by conspiracy guys.
At that time,
30-something years old.
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're Dalton.
10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. Put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. We got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. Now you start to meet these people at Trilateral.
Yeah, Epstein talking about people not having degrees while also not having a degree. Yeah. Finance, more like finance. There you go. Come on now. We like to have fun around here.
Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel like?
That's what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people?
Like, what did it feel like meeting all these elites?
People like Kissinger or Rockefeller. And those were two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV.
So what the fuck is the story?
And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck.
Okay, dude, I don't care. Again, not answering the question at all. But he's like, what was it like being around those elites? And then, hang on. Actually, let's go up to here. I think, yeah, ask him again. Or something. Did I get that wrong?
Tokyo.
In Tokyo. In what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a three.
That'd be the first meeting for the Trilateral Commission you went to in Tokyo. Because the Trilateral Commission is what, between America, Europe, and Japan, I think? It's like those are the three laterals.
4 day? Give me some
3-day event. And
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
One thing I noticed Bannon doing a lot is he's trying to get Epstein to make his story like more like Hollywood. Like he's trying to get his story to be more like, no. Like you were amazed by it. Like it was cool. It wasn't boring. It was crazy because you'd opened up the world into this new elite stratosphere that you'd never experienced before. You were amazed by it. And Epstein's like, no, I didn't think it was that cool, really. I thought it was kind of boring and lame. He's like, no. You thought it was good. You thought it was good, man.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first? Like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You had to be when you first met these leaders. Like, was that a big moment? Did you have a moment where you're like, "Wow, I've really made it"? No. I was like, yeah, that's what Bill Clinton is like.
10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out
Well,
every
these
direction.
guys have to have great ideas of the leaders.
What? Student you had with teeth coming out every direction?
Of the three great continents of the world, North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just...
I find this so funny because like, it goes on like this like many times throughout both of the interviews that we have. Bannon keeps trying to get Epstein to be like, but you were really amazed when you met these guys, right? Like it was a big moment when the first time you were in a room with these elites. And Epstein's like, no, not really. I only care about ideas. I don't care about people. Yeah, I don't see wealth. Exactly. Yeah. He's like, oh, sorry. I just noticed that you had an idea, even though you're you're the bus driver. I was like, wow, that bus driver had a really good idea. You know, it's like that. What the hell are you talking about?
Good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists.
Like Bannon's looking for like a big fucking flashy moment he can put in a fucking trailer for his documentary, and Epstein just will not give it to him. It's quite funny. Okay, we're gonna go skip ahead.
It was funny because they were talking
this part. Friend of the stream, Presidential Penis TPP, who's one of the mods on the Epstein subreddit, is has a theory that Epstein knew nothing about finance. And one thing that he and I have laughed at before is Epstein talking about inflation and being like, inflation doesn't exist. That was an idea from the 50s that turned out not to be real. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But here is a clip of Epstein expanding on that and talking about his theories about inflation.
The day that they were
I don't know, is anyone an economist or knows about this? Let me know if this sounds right.
Talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation. And they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today.
Yeah. He looks like he's going to snap when Bannon interrupts him. He doesn't seem to like it. Yeah, I agree. He's like sometimes he'll talk and then Bannon will interrupt him. He's trying to shift around in his chair a little bit.
How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if
like getting mad, he's being interrupted.
You're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the
financial genius,
the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. What was, before you go over explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood.
Okay. I feel like that's enough of that. But yeah, like, it's weird, right? Like, does he seem like he knows what he's talking about? It seems like he's saying some big words and whatever, like being obvious. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like it's a lot of smoke and mirrors for a guy who's knows like an above average amount about the stock market, but is able to convince people that he has uniquely cracked the code and you should give him a ton of money in order to help you with your billionaire finances. What else we got here? This part's interesting. 25, 26. Skip way ahead here. Somewhere around here.
Human history beats any human in history, but when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing.
It's like Bannon talking about like, oh, fuck, this is going to be great for the documentary. Like during the thing, oh, you were in jail when the stock market crashed? Oh, this is so good for my documentary. Okay.
I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is
so
let's
excited.
go back and do that again.
Let's try this again.
Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with
He's taking so long to get to the point. Epstein does have kind of an interesting answer, though. Skipping ahead.
It's going to be put into bankruptcy.
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come.
Also, another thing Epstein and Elon Musk have in common is this pose with their hands. Sitting there like the fucking, yep. Yep. It's almost like prayer hands, but a little bit more evil.
Till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back.
Telling the sob story about his jail experience. The dude, they let you out of jail for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. You were getting on your private jet and flying around. This was not a fucking, like, oh, it was a solitary, blah, blah, blah. It was in a jail cell. There was a toilet and a blanket. Bro, you never even had to use that toilet. There was, unless you really had to go.
A chrome sink with a toilet attached to it and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place that was called the special housing.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. They were just too similar to be friends. Yeah, I can see that.
Housing unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said,
he's taking so long to get to the point. There is an interesting part here. Hang on, I'm skip ahead.
Mr. Epstein, can you be company in the front page today called Bear Stearns? Oh no!
Chokes himself a little bit there. That was a little bit interesting.
I said, partner in. Oh, you can dial a number.
A little bit of foreshadowing there. Oh no! Oh no! I'm in a bad situation. Oh, I better choke myself in prison.
And when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail.
Okay, so he didn't have access to the Wall Street Journal or anything. He couldn't keep up with the news. He only heard about it from a prison guard who was like, hey, Mr. Epstein, sir, you know about the stock market. What should I do with everything? And the guy's like, what, huh? I don't know what you mean. And he's like, well, the stock market crashed. You didn't hear? And Bear Stearns crashed. And he's like, Bear Stearns? Oh, fuck. That's where I got my start in the financial market when I have all this money thing. And he's like, so I decided to use my phone calls to find out about it because I couldn't read anything, couldn't go online. I had to use I only got 2 collect calls per day. And I used them both to find out what was going on.
Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes.
Explaining what a collect call is.
And the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane.
Jimmy
president
Kane.
Of Bear Stearns.
Guy who he worked with at Bear Stearns. He helped him date Bear Stearns in the late 70s. He hooked him up with women and stuff. And then that guy later became president of Bear Stearns. And so apparently Epstein says he called him, Jimmy Kane, on the day the stock market crashed and Bear Stearns crashed. He had that access even from prison.
Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time?
And so here's another example of Bannon being like, oh, great. So this could be a great moment. This could be a really great moment. Like he tried before to be like, wasn't it crazy when you met these elites? And Epstein's like, no, not really. They were just normal. And he's like, oh, okay, here we go. This is a moment right here. You called Jimmy Kane, okay.
Of
was there a moment
the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world. And here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
That scene totally denies him. He's like,
so
no, not really. It just seemed kind of normal.
It never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number 2 would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to apply.
Bannon just doesn't understand human beings. This isn't how people experience life. This is how you write a shitty movie where it's like, and right then I realized, wow, how far I'd come from Coney Island, little Jeffy Epstein, to the flying heights of Bear Stearns, partner at only 23, to all the way up to there, to finally coming back down to earth, becoming a person in jail. And here I was, little old me, still the same Jeffrey Epstein from back in Coney Island, calling up my friend. It's like no one people just live their life. No one you don't live your life like watching a TV screen. You are in it. You're just doing it. That's what it is. And he keeps trying to get Epstein to say something. Epstein's just confused. He's like, no, I wasn't thinking about that.
By your craft. Number 3, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. Obviously. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call.
From just a good kid to the international money man of mystery.
From a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed into a...
Yeah, exactly. Bannon thinks it's a plot of The Fountainhead. Yes, that's so true. He's living in a fucking Ayn Rand novel. Epstein thinks it's a Sunday afternoon that sucked.
A lot.
The question you want to ask...
So this is something Epstein says a lot. The question you want to ask... And he's just like completely like, no, man. He's like, here's something.
Ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns.
Who would that be? Jess Staley? Who's at J.P. Morgan at that time?
So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So
like that is actually a kind of a fun part of that story. He's like you can see that in a movie, but he's just not. He's not going to be like. He's not going to be. Yeah. Has to, I mean, right? I think was Jess Staley J.P. Morgan guy back in 2008. Was that anyway? I believe.
I found it amusing.
And that's it. And Epstein's like one of those guys who's like, he's not really in touch with his emotions, I don't think. He's not really kind of like, he's very like analytical robot sort of guy. Like he's a little bit unsettling. Actually, that's one of the things I talk about in Michael Wolff's book. What's it called again? I forget. Michael Wolff. Too Famous. Yeah. And this is a clip I got from Too Famous where Weingarten, Reed Weingarten, who's Epstein's lawyer and friend, saying, Jeffrey just going laying everything out, it'd be tough, but just to humanize him. And then Ehud Barak is also in the room, another one of Epstein's late in life friends. Would you want to do that? Asked a skeptical Barak of Epstein, seeming to suggest that humanizing was a kind of weakness. Like, yeah, Epstein isn't good at like being a human. He's too fucking. He's a little bit of a sociopath. Yeah. No, this isn't Fire and Fury. This is one of the like Michael Wolff has been dining out on these interviews he did with Epstein for years. He got so much out of this guy. Okay, so yeah, Jess Staley. Excuse me, must have been. But yeah, you can see Bannon being like, "No, this is gonna be good. Keep going."
And it never struck you about
Epstein's
how to
like,
end up in a situation.
Oh, but I had the phones because they were kind of weird, blah blah blah. But he's not giving any kind of like emotional. He's not able to do that.
Situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to.
No, I would. No, that sounds like it'd be interesting. I guess I would have to have a little bit more self-awareness.
Believe this.
Like I actually think Epstein's telling the truth here. I think he's like never really thought about it like that.
I know. I don't believe it.
It's you're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there.
This goes on forever. I find it like kind of funny, but we don't have to watch the whole thing. Was there anything else? Oh, this is great. Actually, I'll just keep it playing because the next part's coming up soon.
Go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president.
God, Bannon is still trying to get this like soundbite from him, and he's just like, no.
States to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit. And
all right, this is the part I wanted to get to. He's describing his shitty situation in jail, I guess. He was wearing a jumpsuit.
And flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because...
All right. So Epstein was afraid that the cooks would like spit in his food or something or whatever. So when he was in jail, he only ate Almond Joy bars.
Of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No.
It's like, is it because you were afraid that because you're a pedophile that people would fuck with you in prison? And he says, no, this is the part.
It was just in fact, I was...
It was because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people...
I also, like, it's so annoying because, like, Bannon is not doing the thing that he's supposed to be doing where he's asking him yes or no questions and then Epstein's going, yes, no. Yeah, he's like, no, Epstein, you got to restate the question. Like, none of this is usable unless they include Bannon's perspective, which I guess they eventually decided to do.
People would constantly come, if I was passing by or have to go for my medical, people would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about...
So Epstein's saying he was treated badly in prison, not because he was a pedophile. People were chill with that. Because he was rich. Because he was rich. That's why he was worried people would poison him.
In the beginning...
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes?
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true?
No.
It was all because you were rich?
Yes.
And it was all because they...
No. Bro, Bannon, tell him not to do that.
They wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought that part was insane. That's why people were treating him bad. Okay, and here we go. I got to skip ahead here to 44. Was it 44, 47? 27. This is interesting.
And it's easy to be your father to drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Interesting, eh? Bill Clinton, his friend. Bill Clinton, oh no, it was actually his fault. I mean, which may be true. I don't know. Like I said, there are a lot of things I feel like I'm at least somewhat informed about. Economic stuff. God, I'm such a rube. But no, yeah, he blames Bill Clinton. He kind of throws Bill Clinton under the bus.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about...
And isn't that interesting? The last time we had our 60-minute interview. So maybe this was meant for a 60-minute interview. But in their texts, they're talking about making this documentary. I'm so confused. Maybe this was from before? Wait, sorry. Let me see if I can figure out the timeline here. Do we know when the interview was supposed to happen? Strategy calls. It looked like a documentary crew debate prep. The interview never took place. Some PR rehabs are just too daunting. But for months now, Bannon has been publicly promoting that footage of his erstwhile friend, 12 to 15 hours at the foundation of a planned mini docuseries, working titled The Monster. So maybe, so this isn't their first interview. I missed this when I watched it before. This isn't their first interview. He's referring to it. Let me hear that again. Whoops. Oh, didn't want to do that. Sorry. Big Jerry with a great stream coming. Thank you, Big Jerry. Sorry I ever thought you were a bot.
Bear Stearns, the guys talked to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton.
We went too far back.
No. You talked to me about home ownership. And we had our 60-minute interview.
There it is.
Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership.
Okay, so, all right, there you go. So, the last time we had our 60-minute interview, does that mean that, because this really seems, like I have to imagine, based on the questions that he's asking here, he is, like, I don't have any texts, and to be fair, maybe they exist, I just haven't found them. I don't have any texts where it's like, we're going to help you plan a 60 minutes interview. But down here, the film is 3 interwoven stories. The events of global capital markets, geopolitics from the 1980s till today, the drive of science to work through a basic understanding of the workings of man's immortality, and the depravity of elite society and the decline of the West. Like, that really seems like what this one is about. But this is at earliest the second interview that they've done, right? Like, the first one, it appears, was for 60 minutes. So, yeah, it's this doesn't seem to be like a 60 minutes interview at all. This seems like a Steve Bannon interview. And the way he's talking, right? He's like, oh, this is going to be great. This is great. Yeah, let's take it again. And like, if it was for a 60 minutes interview, he wouldn't need to tell him that shit about like, now remember, you got to restate the question because we're not going to use me at all. We're just going to use you. It seems like they know this is going on. So perhaps Michael Wolff was right that the 60 minutes interview debate prep was something that happened earlier. And none of, by the way, spoiler alert, Bannon does not ask him about child molestation at all at any point in the interview. It doesn't come up. The closest it comes up is to when he says, were they treating you bad in prison because of like what you were in there for? Like, that's the closest as they get to it. But no. So, okay, so this must be, they must have switched. They must have switched direction a couple times. First, so I'm guessing before all this, he was like, I'll come over and we'll film, we'll do debate prep and I'll send you the video so you can have a look at, like that whole thing. Yeah, that's okay. So that's so interesting. So maybe those are out there somewhere. I would love to see those. Those I would love to see. Because 60 Minutes would ask about Trump and Clinton. Crazy. Yeah, that actually may make sense. Is immortality a type of immorality? That could be.
Should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites.
What the fuck? He's all of a sudden, he's like, so it's because of African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who worked too hard and got it.
Who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
Why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys, in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before. I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote.
And he goes on about this. He talks about the term subprime being like a laundering of, like, instead of just saying people have bad credit, you say they have subprime, and then nobody knows what that means. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, don't ask me about fucking economics shit. But yeah. So this is the day one of the interview, and then we're going to switch over to day two.
So something they bought at 1,000 on their books was 1,000 is now 990. That starts to. You asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990. This person now.
Yeah, he does kind of sound like Woody Allen.
Has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous? Understanding Bill Clinton.
Why does he look so much older in this one? Look at this.
Has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous?
Is it just the glasses?
Understanding Bill Clinton in all this. Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw that black. Are you okay with it? Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting. Yeah.
Okay. When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate?
Now, okay, so this does sort of change things a little bit for me, because I was going to go through all this because I assumed that these were the first two interviews, but now I'm guessing that was probably the second, at least interview. Because then after all of these conversations we were looking at before, from December 2018, flash forward to April 2019, I remember Epstein gets arrested in June, and then dies in July, something like that. So this is towards the end of Epstein's life. Bannon, maybe we'll look through these now. Bannon texts Epstein, "I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away, and I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need a huge part on the threat of AI versus reality / threat of climate change. I was a little all over the place. Go back to the Industrial Revolution, same argument. The computer doesn't have soul, so no worry. I thought so, but most of my team just saw it on film, were not there and loved it, wanted more. The Christians I met with feel the media portraying me as beyond redemption is deeply troubling and offensive." Really? Is that what the Christians you've... Okay, man. What Christians have you been meeting with? Oh, wait, hang on. What the heck? Whoa. Okay, so it's not moving. It's moving on my screen, but it's not moving on the stream. Hang on. It seems to be frozen. But I'm not frozen. I'm still working. Yeah, okay. Arrested July 6th, died January 10th. Okay, yeah, that's right. Oh, no, okay, now it's good. Yeah, we're good. Yes, of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by the world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. That's why we let them blow up the argument while showing the 12 you redeemed. I don't know what, the 12 you redeemed. What is the 12 what? While showing the 12 you redeemed? Does he mean the 12 disciples because they're talking about Christianity? While showing the 12 year, okay, I don't know. That's probably a stretch. I don't know what that means. Can't redeem unredeemable. You are a lot of things, which we will show, but you are not that. Did you get the film we shot? And then he sends Epstein, I guess at some point he sent Epstein the footage that we just watched. Just landed. Money. And then, so Epstein sends him a picture, which I don't know what it was. Unsupported message content. Maybe it's a video or something. And then Bannon goes, money. Unfortunately, probably not going to be allowed to be in the film. Epstein goes, and that might be a joke. It's hard to tell. Epstein goes, I'll show you the private photos. Bad. I watched the interview. Well done. Again, thanks. Here's what I think will work legally. I pay direct costs of filming. As Darren is the contractor for legal service prep, it gets paid by Darren. He has final control as it is his work product. I have no interest whatsoever in making money here. Zero. You deserve whatever it brings, as it's our cost. No return on it. Return? I don't know. Are you far enough along in your assignment? Can we film this weekend? Okay. I've listed out the scientists sending to Darren, but there are no scientists on the island. And you know what? I am going to switch over to internet for a second here. You know what this makes me think of? Should have looked at this earlier. But they're trying to figure out people to talk to, right? About the snapping my fingers, trying to remember the names. What the fuck? Yeah, the names. Names for Bannon and Steve. No results found. No, come on. Bannon and Steve. Bannon and Steve. Oh no, I need them in that order. We've gone over these on stream so many times. Oh, list for Bannon and Steve is what it's called. List for Bannon and Steve. There it is. Look at this. Epstein was writing this list June 30th. Oh, this is right before he died, too. Oh, fuck. Wait. Huh? That's so weird. Okay, I'm looking at... Why is it... Okay, guys. Gang, I'm sorry. Don't worry. You didn't miss much. Most of that was me not able to find the thing. But now I found it. Let me make sure you're looking at the right stream here. So bizarre. There we go. List for Bannon and Steve. What the fuck? It's still not working? Oh. Is it frozen too? Is that... All right, hang on. We'll get this working, I hope. But see, that, I was looking at that like so long ago. Isn't that like a different... Sorry, gang. Gang, listen. I'm better than this, usually. Why? Why won't it work? So you think 12 women who are still friends with Epstein, or is the 12 girls he redeemed, in the sense that he hooked us? Oh, yes. He hooks them up with powerful men. Nadia Marchenko becoming a pilot. Right. Yeah. I like that theory. I like that theory a lot. This really seems to be an issue with my OBS. Oh, God, this is so annoying. Okay. All right, let me try something else. I'll just go display capture. Now you guys can see a little peek behind the curtain here. Okay, well, this seems to work anyway. All right. This is what I look at. See, I got the chat on the left, and I got this on the right. Anyway, okay, this is working now. Should be good. Okay, whatever. A little bit harder to arrange it, but here. But look at this. Yeah, so this is from June 30th, 2019. And the time we're talking about hasn't quite gotten to that point yet, but this was a email that Epstein sent to himself, where he it's titled "List for Bannon and Steve," and it's got all these people: Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, Barnaby, Summers, Watson, Axel Botstein, Kareem Terhe, Pritzker, Edelman, Seth Floyd, Martin Novak, Minsky, Tata Suskind, Strumminger. So Martin Minsky was dead by that point. Which they spoke about. Kosslyn, Gardner, Gates, Teal, Hoffman, Sheldrake, Sulzberger, Jess Staley, Joe Shabak, Joy Ito, HBJ, Berge, Miro. Anyway, it's a list. I'm thinking this was probably a list for Bannon and Steve, as in people he wanted Bannon to interview for the documentary. I think that's my new theory on these. I definitely thought it was something a little bit more sinister, but... Oh, and I don't have to switch over now because it's just looking at my screen. So I could just, we can just do it like this. I still will switch over though because this is better. All right. But there are no signs on the other. Let's talk later tonight. Team actually thought the second was even more compelling than the first, and they loved the first. Stand by. Don't need scientists now. You need you walking through the entire vertical. Get them in weeks or months to come. Easy. How many people would you bring? Limited crew. 5 max, probably 3. I'll have schedule tomorrow. Would you like to bring Miss Miller? That was a girl that Bannon was dating, who Epstein hooked him up with, Ms. Miller. If we film, we just need access to you. One vertical science, math, technology. Did you view second hour? Yes, fun. Says Epstein. Different style, but worked. Amazing how much of my crew is learning. They're fascinated, and they are not dopes. Please give Leslie names and passports of all flying. At first, I was like, yo, Leslie? Is that Les Wexner? And I was like, oh, it's Leslie Groff, right? Epstein's assistant. Did you guys prefer beard or no beard? Slight growth. Okay, now this one's jumps ahead, I think in the timeline, right? May 3rd, and we were just looking at May 1st. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So slight growth. With my schedule now, also this is another way you can always tell it's Bannon. He always writes schedule like this, S-K-E-D. Weird, right? I've never seen anyone write schedule like that. I guess that it's like sketch. With my sketch now, and the travel, what we think is best, most efficient, is to set up early Monday at 71st Street. That's his New York address. And start with you at 9 a.m. or 10 and go to 6 p.m. with breaks. That would give us at least another 3+ hours to go with our current 2.5. So at this point, they have 2.5 hours. Now I'm thinking, yeah, maybe sometime before May, they sat down for another half hour. Because it seemed like at this point they only had 2 hours. And now at this point they sat down and did another half hour. Did you view second hour? Yes, fun. Different style, but worked, blah, blah, blah. And I was going, did your guys prefer beard or no beard, slight growth? So maybe this is preparing for the third one where he does have slight growth on his beard. Though this one we haven't seen. I don't know, guys. Listen, I'm trying to piece this together. But let's watch this one. Why does he look like 50 years older in this? Crazy. All right. Those like Invisa glasses he's got. All right, let's continue. Who was talking about this? I think Mark, who's like, he stutters and stammers. Let's hear that again. Epstein, why are you a pedophile? Why? Wait, it's muted? Oh, am I muted? No. Oh, yeah, you're right. What the hell? I'm having so many problems with this because I got my audio caption turned on. Boy. That's so weird, but I can hear it. All right, okay, hang on. What can I do? Bear with me, gang, while I figure this out. I'm going to have to add audio output capture. Shouldn't need to do this, but let's try this now. Nothing, eh? Still not working. Yeah. You can hear me, but not Jeffrey. But yeah, that's the thing. Why though? Because wait. What if I do it like this? What if I do this? Can you hear this? Yeah, I can fix it. Hang on.
It's the word.
There we go. Okay, right in the middle of the stutter. Okay, here we go. I think this is working. I believe, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's working. Here we go.
That something like 2008 could happen.
No,
it's not. Still not working.
Because it's the word. Beat to death is that it's very much like a.
Okay, it's good now. Okay, I thought so.
Anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow. Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better.
Oh yeah, like I should just like do Epstein's voice. Yeah. Let me try that. I'll try and dub him over. I don't. This was both. But why was it both? Because, in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which was the central bank, wasn't working. So, to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis. Anyway, that wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. Okay. Turning on the audio again. Anyway, so they're talking about what happened the question is like, was the Wall Street crash, was it a heart attack or a stroke? I don't fully. Oh, can I turn it down a bit? Yes, totally. I don't fully understand what that question means.
Over time?
It's
I don't think there's as much in this one that I want. Oh, there's another moment where Bannon desperately wants to get him to be a little bit more human, I guess, or like not even human, but to be a little bit more like, tell me a story that'll be good for my documentary, for my storytelling.
Really fucked up with you.
He goes, there's something really fucked up with you. And like, it sort of seems like he's going to really go in on him here.
This, because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't, there's something deeply fucked up with you.
Whoa, okay.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this, you will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly have sit there knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance.
He
To
says
sit
finance
there
too.
and what will be the
Wait,
defining
am I saying it wrong? Is it not said finance? It's finance?
financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black
Yes.
Monday, whatever it
Blue
was, in
Monday.
the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment. Triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately.
So he's still trying to get him to say something better about like, when you were in jail and you heard the stock market crash, that was crazy, right? You thought to yourself, wow, how am I here right now?
Well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of. And know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
Not
better,
amazing, and I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought it was.
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not
I-
amazing.
no, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just 2 sides of the coin. That's how I think about it.
Like, he's still not getting, he's still like, you know, like obviously Bannon is kind of like a dumb, I mean, he's not a dumb guy. Bannon's like, he's not like a lot of these fucking grifters or whatever who are just idiots that have been able to just say the right things that help people in power and like they get to have fantastically successful careers. Bannon's not that. Bannon actually is like one of the only smart like fucking fascists. Like he is actually quite intelligent, but he is like he's not. He wanted to be a Hollywood like director, right? And he's got this fucking like Hollywood wannabe. It's very amateurish, you know. The thing that he wants this big framing moment. Like maybe he wants to start the film like this, and then how did I even get here? Let's flash back, something like that. Like he's like, God, it would be so good if I could just get Epstein to be to emote a little bit here. Like he wants this. This is the second interview that he's tried to. Like it wasn't enough for him, and he starts it up and like, you're fucked up, man. Something's fucking wrong with you. You know, it's very clear what he wants Epstein to say, but Epstein just won't say it. He's like, no, I mean it was kind of normal. For me, it's just another Thursday. It's Thursday and the stock market crashed, and I called my friends, my 2 best friends in the world, Jess Staley and Ace Greenberg. Or, wait, who did he call again? Anyway, like, it's a crazy story, but to him, it's just like, yeah, no, that's how I live my life, man. If I was freaking out every time I had some shit like that happen, how would I ever get around to molesting all of these people? You can't dwell on it. Anyway.
My life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No. I just consider myself a hermit.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Jimmy King off, of course. Yeah. Somebody at Bear Stearns.
Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
All right, anyway. Bannon gives up on that. Yeah, this one is not as interesting. Let's go 21. What was it again? I just thought this part was funny when I was watching it. 2150. All right.
But never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit.
There's something
really
going on in there.
important, Steve, for today.
I don't know who this is. I'm not sure who this is.
Almost being at the limit.
Is this like... Who is that? It's 2019, so it can't be Glenn. But it's someone. Is it a woman? Man? But they just come in the background, they peek in the room. Bannon doesn't stop them or anything. And then they try to hide behind the door. They're like, oh, they're filming. They hide behind the door, but they're still totally visible because they're in front of a mirror. Watch.
And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit.
Why does he keep peeking out, too?
You were taught in high school.
This guy's the worst at hide and seek. Huh?
That if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided?
Yeah, the North Korea one.
By 0?
Anyway, this guy's like there for a while. And then eventually he leaves.
But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange.
It's like, and then he's just going on about this fucking like math bullshit. It's like, it's stuff that he's like, yeah. It looks like a young woman. I mean, maybe it would be kind of nuts if like while he's doing his redemption thing, another like young girl comes out and is like, "Oh, you guys still filming or whatever?" But yeah, very weird. But anyway, yeah, he's going on about like if you divide something by 0, it's very interesting and blah blah blah, and it's very like it's like high school shit or whatever, you know. And they are talking about calculus in this area. It doesn't know calculus.
And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it.
But anyway, this is what I mean. Like he talks a lot of his shit is like that. It's like you just saw like a TED Talk or something. You're not like a fucking high level intellectual. You're just good at fooling people into thinking that you're that. Yeah. Massage time came up there. Okay, this part 136. I can't believe I watched like 2 hours of this. 136.50. Here we go.
Mathematical intelligence. There's emotional.
Actually, let me go back a little bit. Wait, is there another photobomb here?
Intelligence.
Oh no, sorry. Let me go back a little bit further. You're talking about types of intelligence.
Sense it, and instead of Larry Summers, I'm just.
Oh, they're talking about Larry Summers had a flub where he said something sexist.
Ready, in respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women again sense it, and instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much.
I forget what it was, but something like Larry Summers said something about male versus female intelligence. He's like, no, but women have a different intelligence. They sense things. Men want to measure things. Women aren't terribly interested in measuring.
But Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. You know, there's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true.
Here we go. Oh, there's an argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay. That seems like maybe it. I'm a little worried, but I hope you don't. It seems so far it's so good. Okay, yeah. People think black people are less intelligent than white people, but that's wrong. Okay. So what else?
We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? He's like, No, listen, there's different types of intelligence, okay? There's like white people intelligence, like math and calculus and stuff. And there's black people intelligence, like running away from a lion. And it's like, oh my God, dude, that's the most racist thing ever. And I got to point out as well, part of Bannon's advice to Epstein here was, do not share your racist theories on how black people learn. Now, I don't know if that's what that's all about. That might have been a different thing. Oh, yes. Also, happy Black History Month, everybody. February has begun. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, that's so racist that it's almost like a cartoon. A cartoon. That's like almost like a Simpsons character, like, you know, being racist. But there was I tweeted about this, I know. There was a, oh, you know what? I gotta put this here. I'm trying not to type in links while recording my stream after the boob incident the other day. But what am I doing? Oh, yes. I did tweet about this. I'm going to search for Bannon. There's a thing from a guy, Joshua Bach. Remember this? So there's the part of the emails. Hang on, I gotta show you guys again. This one, yes. So Joshua Bach, a German cognitive scientist, was messaging Epstein back and forth in 2016, and he sent him some stuff. You might be able to make blacks smarter by changing the time for motor layer development and changing the time for other layers. Like telomeres for the cell are their equivalents for the layers. As you talked about culling the unused neurons in each layer, I suspect this means black people's brains are slower at learning high-level concepts because the low-level structures are optimized for a shorter time. But they will keep the lead in motor development because it is easier to learn and they have more time and attention to practice once they get the structures in place. It could also be that they have an additional set of learning directives in place that adapts them better to a more hunting/running style of life, whereas the Europeans had to adapt for identifying long-term seasonal patterns, delayed gratification for agriculture, etc. Yeah. No, this is like a famous dude. Joshua Bach, friend of Epstein's, incredibly racist, like eugenicist, fucking horrific opinions, it turns out. This was not something he said publicly, but he said this to Epstein. And now here's what he said to Epstein in 2016. And 3 years later, what we just saw, that's Epstein. Yeah, you'd think Germans would know better than to, you think Germans would know to avoid race science. For some reason, I can't find your thing on here. There we go. You would think AI will melt the planet, but make this kind of reasoning obsolete. You think AI will kill us all, but also cure racism? Okay. I mean, that'd be nice, I guess. That'd be at least that's looking at the glass half full. But yeah, this is him trying to remember. What did he say about, like, they're better at running and hunting or something like that? That's a different type of intelligence. But it literally comes off like he's saying, like, no, there's different types of intelligence. There's the smart intelligence and there's like the being fast. It's like really, really insane. Like, this guy's such a horrible person. Anyway.
To deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences and they excel in some intelligences usually and less so in others.
When did it come to...
Yeah, you can see why Bannon would later on be like, don't do that. That is not good. If you do a fucking 60 Minutes interview, please do not get into that stuff.
Because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and on trading desk and central banks?
Anyway, insane. But we're going to jump ahead here to 153, 34. Here's another question from Bannon.
It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So he's like, he's sort of insinuating like you got your money. Your money is kind of blood money. Should these institutions that we need in our society, should they be allowed to take your money?
Or if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
Again, these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answers to these questions.
So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. The one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money, and if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary. Says these are good people and this is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
Let me give you that. I know in my case,
is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
And again, bro, you gotta restate the question. No, it's not. Because you're not talking to anyone. Remember, this is supposed to be just you.
A heart.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world.
Yeah. I quoted quoted Trump about Charlottesville. Yeah. Good and bad, good and bad people on both sides, on many sides. Yeah.
Right, that do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes.
So he's like, is your money blood money? Here's Epstein's response.
No
Why?
question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know that.
Is my money blood money? Why don't you ask all the mothers of African children who I personally vaccinated if my money's blood money after their children are vaccinated and alive? Why don't you ask them? Why don't you say, hey, isn't it bad that your son is alive? You ever think about that, Mr. Bannon? And now I will not answer any further questions about my own financial stuff. And I don't know, to be fair, I'm not sure if Epstein's like trying to change the topic here or if he's genuinely so ADHD brained that he's just like off on a new thing now.
The child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
If we walked in,
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Did you say your Charlottesville? Like it's like Bannon's like, yeah, no, your big thing that you loved.
You're a mathematician. You're a mathematician. If we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, Tier 1, you're the lowest. What a criminal.
Bannon should know that. Oh, you're the highest? No. You don't know. Dershowitz is a hell of a lawyer. Did you not hear? I got a sweetheart deal of the century.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
The devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember, the devil is somebody
the devil
knows
smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's.
The devil's smart? The devil's smart?
You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan.
No, the devil's too scary. Scary for me.
Satan is the he is the.
It is, yeah. He doesn't think he's the devil. He knows he is, and that's his intention to do devilish things. I mean, it is weird that he's not just being like, no, I'm not the devil. He's just like, I don't know. I don't think I'm the devil, but I got a good mirror. Yeah, but Epstein can't fucking read. What are you talking about?
He is at the number 1 or 2 archangel. And the reason he goes to hell and leads the
such a Bannon-ass question
rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay? We have to go.
Okay, good. Okay. That was good.
Ends it. We have to go. Wait, what do you mean, Eddie? He's doing that psychopath thing, if you've ever met one you'd know? What psychopath thing? Oh, you're saying he's reading Bannon saying Bannon is scared of him? Like he's mirroring it or whatever? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, these two genuinely seem like very good friends. So I don't know, maybe, but I wanted to read a little bit more of these because I find this interesting. How many people would you bring? Do you guys prefer beard or no beard? So then we get like this one was filmed, which we don't have. Why don't we have it? Why did we get those but not this? Is it because I don't know? Maybe this stuff still belongs to the Epstein estate, like Indek and Khan, Epstein's kind of estate. What are they called? Executors. They supposedly, according to like some of this earlier reporting from IMDb, that's what Finland's showing. But no, from this earlier reporting, Hollywood Reporter and stuff, and from Michael Wolff's book, it seems like they own it. So if they get subpoenaed, which they've been cooperating, that's where we got the birthday book and shit, we should be able to get these other 15 hours of these interviews. Hopefully they're a little bit more interesting than this one was, though. It's like such a puff piece. Are you the devil? Okay, I gotta go. Yeah, so weird, right? Anyway, we'll leave. But so then after that one, okay. Bannon, with my schedule now and the travel, what we think is best/most efficient is to set up early Monday at 71st Street and start with you at 9 a.m. or 10, go to 6 p.m. with breaks. That would give us at least another 3+ hours to go with our current 2.5. No island? No worry. Are you going to Germany? You want to sit with KSA? I'm going to Arizona on the 12th to see Chomsky. Any interest? That may be where we got the photo of Bannon and Chomsky hanging out, palling around. I'm going to Germany on the 11th, May through 15 May, speaking at the Bundestag. I believe that's how you pronounce it in German. My team will fly out to film you in Nome. Want to get something? I can be connected by Skype. Would it be best if I delayed so you can be there? Do you want me to set the KSA meeting in Germany? If I do, you can't blow it off. Yes, but I need to get my sketch. If you want to change your mind, I'm on the island. You want your guys to get some shots of the island? Monday good for you, though? Yes, I'll be there. I assume you and your dollar will be as well. And this is something that Epstein did. And we know he did it with Bill Gates. Apparently here he's doing it with Bannon. He won a bet with Bannon. And what he wants from Bannon is Bannon to sign a dollar bill that says, I was wrong. Bannon. So that's what he's saying. I assume you and your dollar will be there as well. Have Kyle give you 50 cents. Where's your homework? Need to grind down on this. He's like, okay, enough about the bet. Where's your homework? You were supposed to do shit for the thing. How are the meetings? Groups versus individual, i.e. classic versus statistical mechanics. Economics and systems read the papers today. Old numbers don't work. It is not a machine. Music versus calculation, thought, souls. I don't know what this is. Was this supposed to be his homework? I mean, this part here, only God knows. Evolution versus change. Money as debt, network effects, pop charts have listening inequality, search engines have it. There are some at the top that has as much activity as the entire half, only math. I don't know. This just seems like some of Epstein's like deep thoughts. I'm not sure what that is. Love this. We can do unpleasant facts. And like all this is just like, here's some like scientific topics. Like, yeah, no, I think this is, he's pitching ideas to talk about for the documentary. I guess, because part of it is supposed to be with science. He goes, I love this. And then he goes, we can do unpleasant facts. Sickle cell's only African. Jacob Creutzfeldt's only Jews. Says they're different. Power, financial, intellectual, physical, political, all the same underpinnings. Music as a window into the brain. Stem cells versus cancer versus death. Mashups of Beethoven, weird Jeffrey discovery. Burdens or wealth. Inner success versus external success. Affluenza. Why, if he's so rich, is he still unhappy? Learned helplessness. I'm doing way too much of this voice. Learned helplessness translates into wanting to make a difference, not become irrelevant. No worry, I have a deep bench of verticals. And Woody coming for early dinner Monday, 6 p.m. All right. Cut ahead. May. All right. I think this is the last one I was able to find. I'm sure there's more. In fact, I think the day he got arrested. I think we can find out. One sec. FYI, I just got a call from James Watson, who said he wanted to let me know that he made 91 years old, if nothing else, to stick it in the face of those that hoped he and his unpleasant facts would have died. Wow, is he in good enough shape for us to film? Think so. Where does he live? New York. So Bannon was supposed to be filming with Chomsky, supposed to be filming with a bunch of these fucking old honkies. And yeah. That's what I got for this. Quite interesting. Not as explosive as I was hoping, but maybe there's more that we just haven't seen. This is supposedly, like, I believe this is supposed to be the last release from the Epstein files or whatever. So if we didn't get more of these interviews from that, we gotta, and but when I say we, I mean, like, I don't know, Ro Khanna or somebody, subpoena the Epstein estate. Get those other interviews, especially the ones that were for the debate training for 60 Minutes, because those would be the ones that actually have the juice on them, I bet. The rest of it is fucking all for this annoying Bannon, like, puff piece fascist propaganda. Now, all right, it's getting kind of late. It's a little bit past my bedtime, but I mean, I got more shit. I got a little bit more stuff. I mean, there's so much, guys. There's so much. I think it was Finland Station was saying, why does Epstein keep bringing it back to race science? No idea. But I believe that, they sound like high thoughts, acid thoughts. Yeah, right. It's like his email, the one email he sent to himself called, what was it called again, guys? Oh, geez. I can't think of it. I can't think. What the name? It was like amazing realizations or something. What was it? Sudden realizations. Breakthroughs. Yeah. Breakthroughs. Something breakthroughs. Significant breakthroughs or something, right? What the heck was it? Radical breakthroughs? No. Breakthroughs. Oh, there's so many. It was radical breakthroughs, I guess. Radical breakthroughs. Radical breakthrough development. Research in each of the 13 episodes. It does kind of sound like that. But he had one that he sent to himself where it's like him writing down. It looks like he was like high and he was like, whoa, what if mental object could be, you have a short form at mobject. And then we saw the word mobject later written on his chalkboard on his island. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you want more, right? Radical breakthroughs. Yeah. I got some stuff. I did want to do, this is kind of cool. Mark, I always forget what the number for Mark. Mark J RW5PN discovered something kind of cool. We got what's this? What am I looking at here? Oh, this is a letter that Epstein sent himself. And doesn't he? Oh, this is to Bill Gates. Okay, sorry. This has nothing to do with this. I don't know why it's put under this. But apparently we know that we have these call logs. Oh, I guess I must have copied and pasted the wrong picture here. So, we have these call logs, right? I believe this is just like a photo from Mark's like computer screen, and this number here is a Trump number. Hang on. Where is it? We know Sarah Kellen. Oy vey. The Epstein research section of the Discord has been very active lately. Hang on. We're getting there. No, this is actually cool, guys. Wait. I guess I could just look up Trump's phone numbers from the Epstein Black Book. Nah. Oh yeah, and so you got the Krasenstein, Ed Krasenstein. Hang on. Okay, no, I don't want to lose that. Hang on. Let me just paste this here, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. Hang for a second. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. This is cool. Guys, wait. This is cool. I promise it'll be worth how annoying this is right now. Maybe not. Oh, yep, there it is. All right. So, Mark, what is it that you were looking at? I'm not even sure, but this is like a list of what? Like what is this photo of your screen? Oh, go to media? Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. Oh, that changes the game. Okay. But this thing here, this is like you posted again? Oh, nice. No, sorry, but I got it now. I got it. There's official evidence now. Like this thing, I get these are like Epstein's calls, right? Call logs. So how did you find this? You just I guess you were specifically looking for Trump. So you looked up, you got all Trump's phone numbers here. There's like fucking 17 of them or something in the Black Book. And this one, 561-833-2466, actually shows up in the Epstein call logs on, what day is this? 020605, February 6, 2005. And you've got Trump calling this number, 917-553, 917-855-3363. And that is Sarah Kellen's number. That's so fucking cool. Well done. Well frickin' done. Do you use, what do you use? You use the Epstein's blackbook.com, or do you just have a PDF that you're searching for? It looks like you're just kind of scanning the screen for these. That's wild. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we do months differently here, and I always forget which way it is. We do it in the way that makes sense, which is, I guess, oh, this is not working. All right, whatever. Go over here. We do it where it's day, month, year. No, yeah, that is what we do. You guys do it. Why can't I? Oh, right. Ah, crap. Oh, jeez. Copy URL. Now it should work. Or at least to find out what's wrong. So Ed Krasenstein, the famous Ed Krasenstein, who we're all massive fans of, by the way, on the Chill Goblin show. Just joking. I think this guy's kind of lame. But he's undoubtedly pretty big dude. He's got 1 million followers on Twitter. And look, here he is sharing the screenshot of, or not a screenshot. This is a poor man's screenshot. That's a photograph taken of a screen from Mark. So did you send this to Krasenstein or something, or was it because you posted it on Reddit? Is that where he got it from? I feel like they should shout you out. And then there's a thing here. Latest release of the Epstein files. Call logs show that Donald Trump called Epstein's assistant, Sarah Kellen, who's been accused of facilitating encounters between underage women and rich and powerful men. called her on February 6, 2005 at 5:55 p.m. Why else would he be calling her? I mean, that seems a little uncharitable. There are literally infinite numbers of reasons for someone to call someone else. Doesn't necessarily mean that he was trying to arrange an encounter between an underage woman. But that is a strong possibility. 2005. I don't know. Nobody goes to a pimp who exploits girls to ask for accounting or legal services. People go there for one kind of service only. Okay, yeah, people don't know very much about Epstein, I guess. But yeah, anyway, that's pretty big moment. Pretty big moment. Oh, so Finland posted it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, listen, you got your fingerprints on it. We got you in the Discord, and now we've got it for the history books. You were the one who figured out that Trump called Epstein's assistant on February 6, 2005. And that is like huge news. Like, this is the first time that I know of Epstein contacting Trump, Trump contacting Epstein after they had their falling out when was that, November 2004? So it was just like a few months later, but that's still huge. Well done. I wonder God, those call logs are probably going to be big, eh? Like we don't know what they're talking about, but it's something. It's some more like documentary evidence here that we can really dig into. It can be like, oh, you said you never could, like, all these people, like Prince Andrew. I didn't have any contact with him after 2007. I never spoke. And then now we've got a bunch of emails being like, oh, don't worry, pip up, old chap, or whatever British people say. Yeah. Maybe Trump was trying to steal Colin from Epstein. That could be his revenge after Epstein stole one of his best girls from Mar-a-Lago. Or digging for dirt, maybe. Could be. And keep in mind, this 2005, this was around the time that Epstein started to get investigated himself. This is when the Palm Beach police were looking after him. And Epstein always thought it was Trump that had tipped off the police to him because they had their falling out around the same time. So, yeah, I imagine that they probably weren't friends at that point, but this is a big moment. Like even though we don't know what they talked about, to know that they talked here, that does change the timeline that I had in my head. Anyway, I gotta say, extremely doubtful to me that he was calling to arrange contact with an underage girl, but whatever. Hey, I'll let people kind of Pizzagate for a little bit if they want. Get into all the deranged conspiracies. Whatever. If it hurts Trump, then go for it. That's the lesson we learned from QAnon and Pizzagate. Fuck it. This is how it is now. Politics is now about accusing people of being pedophiles. Go for it. Yeah, and I'm not saying Trump's not a pedophile. I think he probably did. I think there's like a very low chance that Trump never sexually assaulted a child. But I'm just saying, in this case, it doesn't make any sense to me that that's what that call would be for. But, I'm really high and I love the voice you're doing. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Infinite Bread. Oh, I'm Infinite Bread. I talk like this. Is that a good voice? Yeah, and that's why it turned out Trump wasn't the one that tipped off the police to Epstein. It was a mother who found her daughter with a lot of extra money. Yeah, that's what actually happened. But I mean, a lot of Trump people were like, no, it was Trump turned on Epstein. He was a white hat pedophile. He was just doing it to get close to him, to turn him in. Whatever. Have you ever dealt with psychopath? He usually will contact people around the psychopath trying to figure out insight or to try their manipulation back at them. Okay. Huh. So wait, you're saying Epstein's a psychopath or Trump's a psychopath? Or they're both psychopaths? So suppose they had an anonymous tip before. Yeah, I mean, they knew about, like, I mean, I don't know about the police, Palm Beach police, but the FBI had heard about it from Farmer Sisters, or at least Maria Farmer. Anyway, all right, that's all I got to talk about on that. Is it? I feel like we've gone over this sort of part of the the Epstein timeline quite a bit. I don't need to reiterate all the stuff about the house and everything, but that they fought over. But yeah, no, it's interesting. What else do we got? And congrats to congrats to Finland Station for finding that. Immediately steal your thunder. Oh yeah, here's the thing I meant to copyright. This is interesting. Okay. I mean, maybe I should save this, and I'll do a little bit more of a deep dive on Bill Gates. This was interesting, though. So here's a letter from Bill Clinton to Ghislaine Maxwell, which is interesting for a few reasons. So we've got reason number one. It says, it's from Clinton to Ghislaine. It says, I can't seem to get off my ass and get to the OFC. I think that means office. So I may get it tomorrow. I'm going to be tied up, not like I was last night, but rather on the phone all day as the concert Wednesday night's getting out of hand. So he says, I'm going to be tied up, not like I was last night. Tied up with stuff. I don't mean tied up like I was last night. That seems to suggest Clinton was fucking Ghislaine. Seems like they were doing some kind of kinky BDSM stuff. Seems like Ghislaine was doming Bill Clinton. And that is not actually unheard of. That is not actually unheard of. Clinton, so this is from the book A Convenient Death by Alana Goodman, The Mysterious Demise of Jeffrey Epstein. Clinton was allegedly carrying on an affair with at least one woman in Epstein's orbit, but she was well over the age of consent. Bill and Ghislaine were getting it on, a source who witnessed the relationship said in an interview. That's why he was around Epstein, to be with her. Now, I don't know about all that, but there are signs that there are plenty of signs that seem to suggest that's the case. After Clinton cut off Epstein, he continued to hang out with Ghislaine, fly all over the place with her and whatever. And in fact, after Epstein's arrest, Ghislaine was kind of like leaving Epstein's orbit and was much less involved in what was going on with him and was trying to kind of start her own life with her new boyfriend, Ted Waite, and everything. Not sure if that's how you say his name, but whatever. The Netscape guy or whatever. Yeah, dang, Bubba. How's that book? Not great. It's not a top tier Epstein book. Wouldn't recommend it, but it has a couple of little tidbits in there like that. There's also Ghislaine had one of Clinton's autobiographies in her apartment, and it was signed like to Ghislaine with love, which I guess maybe you would write that for someone you weren't dating, but it does seem like Epstein, or he was carrying on an affair with her. I think there was like times that they met they went on dates. They were spotted dating. I think there's some reporting on that. But so that's one reason why this is crazy, because this, to me, like, this is basically confirmation of that theory, right? I'm going to be tied up, not like I was last night. Like, I've sent that message before, haven't you? Like, that's a message you send when you're having weird sex with somebody and you're trying to be funny. Right? Yeah, that's what that is. Anyway, that's only one reason why this is interesting. The other one is, he goes, this concert Wednesday night's getting out of hand. Are you there? Are you here Wednesday night? If so, want to go to the Michael Jackson, Tony Bennett show? Now, was this the only you that matters? Did Bubba and Maxwell go to the Michael Jackson, Tony Bennett show? Now, is this, either Ghislaine, or a woman Ghislaine sent him? Maybe. That could be. Yeah, that's true. I wanted to say, wait, Obsidian making stream chug. Is that good or bad? Is chugging good? Chug. It means it's like chugging along like a train. Sorry. Where Ghislaine was present. Could be a group thing where Ghislaine was present. Yeah, that's good. That could be true. Hey, listen, it could be much worse than what it appears. I was going to say something, though. Oh, yes. The other thing here. Okay, so did we find this out? I think Mark or Finland, we were talking about this in the Discord. Is this referring to the famous Clinton photos that, like, the Midas Touch guys got all upset about? Right? I think I talked about it in this document. Now I'm back on Google Docs. Now the stream's bad. Oh, really? Oh, there's a frame rate drop while panning around? Okay. Oh, is that why I'm having issues? Oh, but you know what the other thing is? I'm not doing the best way to share my screen because for some reason it was like weird. Has it been doing that all stream, or is that just a oh, here he is, Michael Jackson. Was that just recently? So this was these photos of Michael Jackson, Epstein, and Diana Ross. Is this what we're thinking? December 19th, 2003. And then we've got we've got this thing from 2002. Okay, so no. Totally different show. Never mind. Okay. April 2002. I think that, so this would be a different one. Because if this was supposed to be 2003, right? Oh, no, you're right. Wait. From a Democratic funding event, April 24th, 2002. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. For a Democratic funding event, April 24th, 2002. Evan Ross wearing the same shirt. That's interesting. April 24th, April 21st. Okay, you're right. Okay, so it is the same. It is the same thing. You want to go to the Michael Jackson? So he invited Guylaine there. So that could be where Epstein got this photo. Is Guylaine gave it to him, and we had theorized, and I say we. I mean, I thought, but I think some people pointed it out in the thing that it would have been Cindy Lopez on the left here. That she had gone there because in her letter to Epstein here, she was like, I've met Prince Andrew, President Clinton, Sultan of Brunei, Donald Trump, Antonio Vargas, Naomi Campbell, Stephanie Seymour, Peter Brandt, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Diana Ross, and Michael Jackson. Diana Ross and Michael Jackson in a row there. I was like, oh, did she go there? Like, where else would she have met? Like, maybe she was, like, maybe they were all there. Maybe Guylaine, her, and Epstein all went. Right? That could totally be. But we know at least that it was, that Guylaine was invited. I mean, we don't know if she went. Nope, your theory has been debunked. There's a 2002 Tony Bennett, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson show released as video in 2002 called The Night of the Apollo. Oh, is that right? In Harlem, which is where Clinton's office is. Didn't meet Tony Bennett. Yeah, I don't see Tony. I didn't even know Tony Bennett was there. Anyway, who knows? Who the frig knows? Remember when I used to use Google Docs? Is it still chugging around now? I mean, it seems normal to me, but I got to get better internet. Yeah, like the Midas Touch guys were like, it's actually not a big deal. It's actually not a big deal that he had this photo of Michael Jackson and Bill Clinton because that photo already exists. And it was up online already right here. And it's like, that's a different photo. It's the same room, same people. Not the same photo. It's from a different angle. What, do you think Epstein, like, was using some kind of 3D modeling software to get this out of this? No, like, this is a photo that was taken at the same time that we didn't have before. Anyways. We are, yeah, okay, I had a couple other things. What else could I want to talk about? Brett, there's some more stuff with Brett Ratner. Maybe I'll get into that another time. Some stuff with Tucker. Not that interesting. Although we do know Tucker lied about, no, I never hung out. Oh, no, I did not know who he was. I never hung out with him outside we was going to Africa to save lives. I didn't know him. I didn't see him. He was there. I didn't talk to him. And here we have Chris Tucker to stop by. What's PB House? Palm Beach. Chris Tucker to stop by the Palm Beach house in 2013. And then down here, Chris Tucker called to say he'll be in New York this Monday and wondered if you could do dinner from Leslie Groff, Epstein's assistant to Jeffrey Epstein in 2013. So it does seem like Chris Tucker lied about not knowing Epstein. Guys, like seriously, like fucking don't lie. Don't lie. Like the only one I can think of, the only person I can think of who was like upfront about this was Louis Black, the comedian. Louis Black was like, yeah, I met with Epstein. Yeah, he invited me to a party. It was cool. A lot of cool people there. Yeah, I had a good time. It was awesome. And then like I guess Eric Weinstein as well, but like Eric's was one of those like self-serving. I met Epstein where he's like, oh, I met him and he was evil. I knew right away. He shook my hand and I was like, you are an evil pedophile. And it's like, fuck, that's just as much of a lie as I never hung out with him, is to say I hung out with him one time and I knew he was evil. In fact, I forget the guy's name. I don't know. But there's another guy. Oh, he's in Trump's cabinet. And he did that interview a while back where he was like, yeah, I met Epstein one time. I was there with my wife. And as we walked away, I was like, that guy was creepy. And my wife was like, yeah, that guy was really weird and evil. And then he was like, and then I never met him again. I never hung out with him again. It was really obvious that he was so evil. And then turns out from the leak, we found out, Lutnick, was that him? I think Lutnick. I think it's Lutnick who I'm thinking of. Hang on. Howard Lutnick? Is that his name? Yeah. This is the guy. So it turns out, no, he lied. He was like messaging Epstein like 10 years after this. Oh, the Steve Tisch stuff too. Like we've got a lot more people who are like, or Lutnick. Whoops, Lutnick. What the heck am I talking about here? I wonder if I can find that clip though, because God, we got to see the clip. He planned an Epstein Island visit. Oh, Lutnick. Oh, Lutnick, you stupid dipshit. I remember I saw this on the Majority Report actually. Lutnick, Epstein. Called to testify to Epstein after new claims. Where is it? Caught lying about Epstein ties. Times of India. No, I want the original clip from like months ago. Could this be the one? Oh, I think it's this. And he lived right next door to Epstein.
Welcome back to Podforce One. I'm Miranda Devine, and today
Podforce One. I think this is maybe the clip that I saw. Yeah. This looks like it. Hang on. Transcript. Excuse me. Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was your neighbor.
Jeffrey Epstein was your neighbor. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about him. East 71st Street. He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right. So we are in number 11 and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, that's it. It was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay.
Oh, it's Lutnick. Oh, it is Lutnick. Guys, why are you saying Lutnick? Is that like his insulting nickname that people call him? Lutnick? Oh, okay.
Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08.
Big Jerry, classic Big Jerry comment. Nutlick.
So knock on the door.
That's good.
His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. So my wife and I go next door. We walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right, to the next house for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
So it's in New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, do you want a tour? We said, great.
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the doors and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
Ooh.
And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very...
I gotta say, I don't really know this guy very well, obviously. I couldn't even remember his name. But like, and I know he's like Republican and like a Trump guy or whatever. He sucks politically, I'm sure. But like, I gotta say, I didn't think he was lying. I thought he seems genuine. Am I that much of a fucking rube? You can pull the wool over my eyes that easy? Like, Jesus.
Insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Like, that seems like something Epstein would do.
Now, my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never.
It's so rehearsed, right? That does come across. He's practiced this in front of a mirror. And my wife and I decide I will never
be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
He was like, I nailed this. I'm nailing this right now.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Oh.
And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
Yes.
Of avoid.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
So
that's
he
my
was-
story. A one and absolutely done.
Right. So,
like, if you got weird vibes from someone like that, would you be like, oh, I had a little bit of an awkward encounter with this guy. I will never go to any event that he's at. If he's there, I will not. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, I could imagine being weirded out by that situation, but like, to be so weirded out, like, how good is your intuition that you're able to be like, no, this guy's evil, and I don't even want to be anywhere near. Like, it's so over the top. So over the top, this whole fucking story.
I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. Like, he's gross. The guy's gross. This was not.
He's gross.
Oh, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw?
Because I'm a pedophile genius. I'm a genius at this.
Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume.
Such a good question. Such a good question she's asking this guy. Like, he's planned this, he's prepared for it, but he somehow was like, oh, wait, I'm making it seem like anyone who hung out with Epstein would have obviously known what he was up to. That's not going to look good for Trump.
Way back when.
Anyway, whatever. You get the idea. But now, no, there's more. Turns out, where is it? Beep tap do scribbity boop bee. Here it is.
Newly released Justice Department documents are raising friends made planned ties with him. According to the documents, in December 2012, Lutnick emailed Epstein saying he was traveling in the Caribbean with his wife, children, and another
Bro, why would you do you not see emails are coming out?
family, and asked where Epstein was located.
He must have thought he was safe. He must have thought they weren't going to drop these ones.
And whether they could stop by for a meal.
Oh, he did not get the redaction. Sucks life.
Epstein responded through an assistant, sharing directions to Little St. James, his private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the two sides arranged a lunch gathering. The documents indicate the visit appears to have taken place a day after the planned December 20th.
All right, so let's skip ahead to the next
in November.
More details regarding this Sunday. Do you know if it will just be Howard and his wife? Any kids coming along? Will they arrive at Jeffrey Epstein's island via their boat?
November 2012, an Epstein assistant had already reached out to Lutnick, passing along phone numbers so the two could reconnect. Travel emails also show Lutnick's wife said they would arrive in the replies casually.
Can you come over any day, 1st to 8th? Play it by ear if you want. Oh, this is Elon Musk stuff. Okay, this is... All right, this is... whatever. Yeah, so I guess the Trump aides, like Lutnick, they didn't get the fucking bulletproof like immunity. They didn't get the automatic subscription pass to have their emails and names redacted in the files. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate for him because yeah, he looks like such a fucking idiot. Has he said anything? I wonder. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Amazing. But yeah, no, I mean, it's been crazy, guys. It's been nuts. The one thing I do want to go over, maybe I'll go over this next week, is the Charles C. Johnson thing, where he has a interview as a confidential informant for, or what do they call it? They call it for something else. The FBI. But I do, yeah, I think it's a pretty good assumption. I mean, I guess, but he was like such a rather say nothing than say that. But he went too far with it. He went too far. And now it's like, no, you lied. It's one thing not to say anything, to lie? That's crazy. It's like to be like, I was never on his plane. Like you were right next. You were number 9. He was number 11. Like, come on, dude. Like, people are gonna ask this shit. They're gonna look into this shit. It's like fucking Elon. He tried to get me to his island, and I was always saying no. It's like, bro, don't do that. Great stream. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of I could get into more, but I'm like, I don't want to. Because I don't want to get into another like hour-long thing, because it's already like 1 a.m. So I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it here. I feel like that's good. That'll be plenty for Fiance Goblin to edit. And gang, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for supporting me, supporting the stream, subscribing, being active in the chat, coming into the Discord. We're growing this thing. We're taking off. We're going straight to the moon. I was on fucking InfoWars, you know? Never could have got there without all your help. Let me go ahead and drop a invite link to the Discord. The Discord's going good. Pretty active Discord. We were just talking about this in Discord today, in the active Discord, that it's small, doesn't have a lot of people, but it's pretty active. Lots of people comment, lots of people hanging out. It's cool, man. It's a good vibe. Dropping lots of frames again. Dang it. Listen, we're almost done here. Must have just been my internet connection, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna go, and you know what? I will play my song again. Where is it? Where is it? I gotta do this. Here it is. And will it work? Dang, it's not working again. Hang on. Hang on now. Hang on now. I gotta play my song. My new theme song. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. No, it won't. There it is. Dang, it's really not working? Oh, jeez. I'm so confused because it was working earlier. Blech. Oh, wait. Would it work if I do it like this?
But I watched part of
Yeah. Hang on now. No, I can figure this out. Hang on. This is going to work. This is gonna work. No, that's not right. Yes, there we go. And I'll move it all here. Okay. There we go. This should work now, I hope. Trying again, and then once it works, I'll leave. No, now it won't play. Oh, is it because I have too much shit going on Obsidian? Is that why this is so difficult? Oh God, you're killing me. Maybe I don't like Obsidian anymore. Please. Please, sir. Please, sir. Yeah, I mean, I had it working and now it just won't play. I like it. Oh, God. Wait.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They came super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin, having political succubus with goblins. Extra chill goblin.
That's what this motherfucker is all about. And everybody, stay safe and do your homework. Drink lots of water, take your meds, eat, I don't know, a banana or something, and yeah.